That's right. Yeah, I remember now.
I was with the new tire, and then I say, fuck, if this close, I will be not be fine.
First sector, I see I'm staying with you. I'm surprised. I see
Yeah,
that time is coming. Then after I see
next time if I can see you like this, it's like I will say, no.
show me some message.
Yeah, I
can understand. Yeah. But yeah, I break no problem. And you push I'm not the last part, but stay. Look at your hand.
Welcome to Brno, where the sun is shining, the atmosphere is building up, and the Czech Grand Prix is about to begin. Toprak, you're the first one. How are you doing? How did you sleep? How was the warm-up, and how are you feeling over here in Brno?
Perfect sleeping. And but this morning, yeah, the warm-up, not really fantastic, but I use a used tire. Just we tried a different setup for the race. But we are not did any steps. Anyway, maybe we make the mix setup yesterday and today. But I'm waiting the race because the long race always is difficult because you need many severe tire. And yeah, we will see. I will try to my best like yesterday.
Well, we are wishing you the best of luck. Enjoy the race. That's the most important part. John, we are in turn number 1. I think you got some memories here, and my memory is that your bike ended up on a road, not on a service road, but on a regular road down below the trees.
Yeah, in that part of the trees. Yeah, well, that was a huge crash. We had a technical problem with the bike, as you know, and you know, that was very lucky. I was very lucky. But you know, as a MotoGP rider, you have to forget all the injuries that you can have and all the problems you can have with one corner in specific, and just forget and just push always, no? Because here the margin is very narrow. You have to always be at 100%, and you cannot allow yourself to think so much.
We're wishing you the best of luck. Enjoy the race today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pedro, can you tell me how many different categories have you actually raced here in Bernal?
Just one, just MotoGP.
That's what I mean. So do you think that kind of a lack of the experience, because some riders did Moto2 or Moto3 here, do you think that has an impact on the performance, or that's no problem at all for you?
I mean, maybe a bit, but also I was quite lucky that it was a long time since MotoGP was not having here until last year for this. I don't think so. I mean, we are just trying to give our 100% and try to go with these fast guys.
Thank you very much. Enjoy Sunday, all right? And now, Brad. Come on, you're a legend here. Well, the car driver is a legend too. He's pushing a bit too hard in the corners. I see all the riders almost falling around here. So how are you enjoying Brno? And tell us a little bit about your, well, injury or surgery, or what's happening on your right forehand.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's cool to be here in Brno. I think the car driver today has got better pace than me, but other than that, all good. I had a little tune-up during the week, and honestly, my arm's working way better. So can't complain, and looking forward to a good race today. Hopefully the rain doesn't arrive. Let's see.
I don't see any clouds.
The forecast on Thursday is looking a bit horrendous, so I'm glad to say it's looking up as well.
Thanks a lot. Have fun. Maverick, so I'm sure you're Spanish, so you don't mind hot weather. We in Czech Republic, this is hotter than it gets in summer, so we try to move it a little bit earlier, and yet, you know, the weather is just so hot. Is that going to be a problem for the long race? Because yesterday's sprint was, well, obviously half the distance.
Well, I think it was a beautiful weekend on the weather, so the conditions were very stable throughout the weekend. I don't think it's going to be a problem because we are very used to ride on a hot condition. But it was a long time for me that I don't come to the track, but the track is really nice. The resurface is fantastic, and also I see they work really hard to make more space in the corners, especially the barriers. So credit to the track, because it's amazing to ride a track like this. It is a proper MotoGP track.
We are glad you're enjoying it. Enjoy the afternoon's race. Mark, we are arriving to the stadium. Most of the people, most of the fans are going to be over here. I'm sure they are going to cheer up for you, but I heard tonight there were some loud noises, and your father took care of it, so all the MotoGP paddock could hear, but you are looking at me like you have no clue.
No, I don't. Hey, my father, where, in the motorhomes area or where?
Yes.
I don't know. I just was sleeping and I don't listen anything.
Well, you can say thanks to your father, because there was a loud generator or something. He went out middle of the night and turned it off. All the motorhomes were off then.
Yeah, I didn't know, but okay. The important is that all the riders sleep well. So yeah, we are ready to give a good show to all this amazing crowd.
How are you enjoying the track and the very good grip that everybody's talking about, and you told me about on the dinner the other day?
Yeah, you remember how was a Brno circuit in the past in 2019-18? With this new asphalt, it's a different track. We enjoy much more, and yeah, let's see, because it will be a super warm weather.
try to understand well how is the track condition.
Thank you very much and we are wishing you good luck for the race. Marc Marquez nám řekl, že tady v Brně se mu s novým asfaltem jezdí naprosto úžasně a vlastně ani nevěděl, že dnes večer se jeho otec postaral, aby mohli jezdci v klidu spát, protože generátor byl příliš hlučný, takže on ve 2 ráno vylezl a generátor úplně vypnul. Takže Marc Marquez je v každém případě vyspaný a nemůže se dočkat na odpolední závod. Jack, I'm sure that you've got a loads of fans. Well, we can see them clearly right there. So, are you gonna give them a huge show today?
We'll give it a try, see what we can do. Obviously, had to make some improvements from the sprint race yesterday, but looking forward to the long one today. You know, the weather here in Czech Republic is beautiful, sun is out, and should be a nice hot one today.
You're wishing you best of luck. Thank you. I'm looking you right in the eyes once again. Carl, the most experienced rider on the grid. How are you enjoying it? I mean, looking at you on the bike, you're doing such a great job, but it must be so difficult. I can't imagine myself sitting now on the fastest bike in the world.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm mad or stupid or both. But no, you know, Carol, it's a pleasure to be here. Two things: a pleasure to be in Brno, my favourite circuit of all. But you know, riding back in MotoGP is always a privilege to get the call up. Coming back for a few races, it was a shock, of course. I haven't rode a lot in the last 2 years, so to jump back on a MotoGP bike's never easy, even when you are fit, let alone not being race fit. All of these things, but no, good fun, and looking forward to a long, hot race today. I think it's going to be tough for everybody, but a great crowd here in Brno, as always. You guys always put on a great show, and we love coming here.
Thank you very much. Have fun this afternoon. Karl říkal, že si tady naprosto užívá atmosféru, že v Brně je to krutý, ale sám říkal, že si není jistý, jestli to byla dobrá volba sednout na tu motorku, anebo jestli to byl spíš jenom bláznivý nápad. Ale já myslím, že Karl to zvládá naprosto na jedničku. And yeah, how are you enjoying this racetrack? Now we are going to that driver who seems to be a bit too fast, huh?
Yeah, the car is fast. No, well, yesterday during the sprint I enjoyed a lot the race and recovery many position, and I hope to repeat the same for today.
We are wishing the best of luck. Thank you.
Ciao.
All great. Guys, we can probably use all 4 of you. Tell me, how are you enjoying the crowd, especially on the stadium that we just passed? I mean, usually the support in Czech Republic is really huge, and they love all of you, I can tell you that.
It's great, fantastic, amazing. Yeah, the part of the stadium is unbelievable. Yeah, for sure. Every time that we come here with this beautiful landscape and all the people on the stadium, but also on these natural stands are incredible. We really feel the support. And yeah, we should have much more tracks like this with this crowd and these layouts.
We are wishing you best of luck. Have fun, guys, out there. We are looking forward to seeing you in action. Fermin, welcome to Brno. But tell me one thing. You've got a race this weekend, you've got a race next weekend, and you've got a test on Monday. Is it not a bit too much?
Yeah, too much. But it's like this. I think it's advantage also for the rider than we try the 850, and I hope they also enjoy with this new bike.
Fermin doufá, že si užije i testy v pondělí z 850, ale nebude to jednoduché. Přece jenom hned příští týden se jede do Asenu. Jorge, how strong are you feeling here in Brno? You are a championship contender, so possibly a world championship title in your hands once again.
Yeah, well, I will try my best. For sure, I am trying to improve from yesterday, the feeling. This morning I was with really used tires and trying to work on my pace, and yeah, now enjoying the crowd is fantastic, and let's see how we perform later.
Have fun out there. You're ready, my friend. Are you ready to give the interview? And more importantly, are you ready for the race? I mean, the qualifying, what can I say?
Yeah, yesterday has been a good day for us. Also, like we had a meeting yesterday and did a sprint race with the meeting. So.
Try to make a great beginning and see how it's going on.
We're wishing you the best of luck. Toprak is trying to get one more interview, but we already asked you the question, so we're gonna pass here to Hello. Hey man, how is it going? How is Aprilia working? And obviously it's working very, very well. So what is your expectations for the race?
Well, for sure will be a long race for us. Still I don't feel 100% ready. But anyway, I think, yeah, for sure Aprilia is making a really good job. The bike is super good here. We can manage every moment that we need to manage the front tire is quite easy. So yeah, let's try to manage my physically and let's try to enjoy a little bit because for sure will be a very long race.
Enjoying the race is the most important part. So yes, do enjoy the race, and I'm sure that the crowd will enjoy the race as much as you will. Thank you. Diego, you were trying to run away from me, but I'm gonna catch you here. So, tell me, how do you like Brno? Are there any specifics that you wanna tell us? And the main differences compared to the other racetrack that you are used to?
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice track, no? If the super long corners, so at the end it's nice to ride here, and also, you know, first year MotoGP here is super nice to ride. So at the end, I'm super happy to be here, and I also enjoy a lot to ride in this track. And let's see today on the race.
Je to super rychlá trať a Diogo si užívá. Diogo, thank you very much. We are wishing you not only best of luck, but enjoy the race. I think from my side, that's the most important part. I think that's it. We interviewed pretty much everyone. So now it is the time to enjoy the real racing that's coming up just really, really soon. Ordering Germany, Poland, Austria and Slovakia. Czechia takes centre stage for Chapter 9 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. A short drive from Czechia's beautiful second city, Brno. Racing has taken place in this part of landlocked Central Europe for almost 100 years. Ayagur and Pekka Banyai were the Spring Saturday stars. Well, who will take the Sunday spoils? It's time to race in MotoGP. Chapter 9 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship brings us to the brilliant Brno circuit for the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. What is a scorching hot race day Sunday here for a short drive from Czechia's beautiful second city of Brno, the sail-styled adrenaline factory. We're going to get pulses racing very, very shortly. Over 16 laps of Moto3 action on a day in MotoGP. Well, unfortunately, we will not be witnessing World Champion leader Marco Bezzecchi defend a 15-point lead in the Premier class. I'm sure you're more than aware now that the Italian star, the factory Aprilia star, has been banned from this afternoon's 21-lap MotoGP race after an altercation with a trackside marshal immediately after he tumbled out of fifth place late on in yesterday's sprint. So will Jorge Martin, with a double long lap to serve, leave Brno as we head to the Grand Prix of the Netherlands at the iconic TT Circuit next weekend as our new World Championship leader. As always though, we kick off our race day in glorious hot conditions. We're expecting ambient temperatures in excess of 30 degrees later on this afternoon when it is lights out at 2 p.m. local time for the Grand Prix of Czechia in MotoGP. And it's Moto3 action that gets underway in the company of Matt Lewis in the commentary box, Jack Effort down in pit lane. Simon Crayfart and the F1 MotoGP stewards were very, very busy yesterday dealing with the Marco Bezzecchi incident. They were also dealing with a whole bunch of penalties galore across Moto3 and Moto2. The most significant ones in this upcoming Moto3 battle with David Mansell on pole position for the third race in succession. Hakim Danish with alongside him on the front row of the grid in second, but he has been busted with a 12-plate grid penalty. Second offence, successively slow selector in qualifying yesterday. Danish from second to 14th on the grid. A big drop for the Malaysian.
Yeah, it has really jumbled up the grid. There are 4 riders in total who've been given a 12th place grid penalties. Veda Patama is another who goes back from 8th to 20th on the grid. Guido Pini, who was on pole position last year, he starts 3 from the back this year in 24th place. As you can see there on your screen, confirmation of the 4th, the 27th of Rico Salmela, hot on the heels of his career best finish when he was 5th across the line in Hungary last time out. He's going to have to come from stone last on the grid today.
So the big winner in terms of those penalties, in many respects, Salvador Carpe, who gets pushed onto the front row in third place. Carpe, of course, coming into this Grand Prix of Czechia on the back of 3 penalties in a row for the first time in the Grand Prix career. 4 of the riders were given official warnings for slow sectors yesterday, including our pole sitter David Mansell, and 2 other penalties to cover off in this Grand Prix. Riche Moody will have a long lap to serve after he cleaned out Hakim Danic on the first lap of our Balaton clash a couple of weeks ago. And Leo Rammersdorfer will also have to go through the long lap after an incident involving him and Cormac Buchanan in FP2 here yesterday morning. So Veda Patama then, down from 8th on the grid and the 12th place grid penalty to the 20th. This is why he was in hot water with the stewards.
Yeah, and the right point to draw attention to is the second offence. First offence, you're going to be a slap on the wrist, but if you do it again, then you get a heavy grid penalty. 4 rows on the grid. That was Adrian Fernandez making his way through. Here he is now on screen, 3rd bike in your picture. He came from Q1 to qualify in 10th on the grid. And with all those penalties and with the jumping up of the grid, he actually has a conventional look to it, the front end of the grid, with 3 of the top 4 on the grid, starting on the front row of the grid. It was already a career best 6th in qualifying for Eddie O'Shea. With the penalty for Hakim Danish, that has now become 5th. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Yeah, it all comes the back of an incredibly frustrating Friday where you had to go and do it all over again, Eddie. You bounced back exceptionally yesterday, middle of the second row. I'm sure still riding the wave of what we saw in Mugello a couple of weeks ago. Ready to get stuck in here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll be a good race. We've got some good pace. Yeah, like you say, it was a bit of a disaster on Friday, but we managed to pass through Q2 2 times.
Yeah, with Czech is in good set for Q2 and being on the second row, leaderboards in a good position to fight for the race today.
Have a great race. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one. It's Father's Day, so happy Father's Day, Dad.
Yeah, well reminded. Happy Father's Day to my dad as well. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate that.
People, what understood, that's all about. All of us Brits, passed on our best to our father on Father's Day back at the UK. Yeah, Eddie O'Shea's really stepped up his game, hasn't he, in 2026. Balaton last time out, and the second time in the first 8 rounds that he has missed the points, and of course the accolade of becoming just the third Brit in Moto3 history to lead a Grand Prix, most recently at the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. David Almanza then, one lap yesterday from the Spaniard at 2:04.069. First ride with Moto3 to have 3 successive poles since David Alonso was on the front row of the grid in Kota, Jerez and Le Mans 2 years ago, back in 2024. But of course, one of those 3 qualifying pole positions, David Almanza unfortunately was not able to take his place, was he, on the grid in Mugello.
Max Kilo starts next to him on the front row of the grid. There's some late tech issues, it appeared, for Kilos in qualifying 2 yesterday. He was denied the opportunity to go out for a last run at the end of Q2, but as you saw, didn't lose too much, dropped from provisional pole down to third. That has now become second on the grid. It's become second on the grid because of the 12th place grip penalty for Hakim Danish, but still has the pace to challenge in the front today. He's with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle of the 5th row now for Hakim, but as you guys rightly say, you've looked really fast all weekend. I'm sure even though a little bit further down on the grid than you would have liked, you still feel you have a great chance today, Hakim.
Yeah, today I just try to keep calm and keep focused and try to have a good start and try to go in front a little bit fast.
Good luck. Have a great race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. He's got pace. Hakim Danish was fastest in both practice sessions here on Friday. So Southeast Asian fans who are tuning in for this Grand Prix of Czechia, their guys have got a bit of work to do with Danish 14th and Vader Battalion we just saw there on screens. The rising star from Indonesia down from 8th on the grid to 20th. Here then is Brian Uriarte, qualified in 5th place. He's now up into 4th. Let's go and get some thoughts from Mark and Ronnie after a bruising crash on Friday here. The Argentinian is with Jack.
Yeah, we're looking at a few riders further down the grid than I think they expected to be. We expected to be. Marco, it was a big crash on Friday, but you have looked really fast all weekend. I'm sure even from here on the 6th row of the grid, you feel you can be in the podium fight today.
Well, it will be difficult, of course. On Friday I had a big crash. I have a bit of pain in all the body, no? But it was good because on Saturday I was able to ride. In the morning we did a good job, let's say. And yeah, overall we were doing a great job. The only thing is in the quali we messed. We don't do it as well as we know we can do it now. So yeah, we will try to manage now to overtake, try to be more in the front, and I cannot guarantee you if I can be in the fighting podium, but for sure I can guarantee you I will be my 100%. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Mark Emilio. Yeah, 20th he qualified. His worst qualifying is 13th. He's Mandalika, but of course with the penalties he does get bumped up the order 3 places to 17th on the grid. Points all right so far this season for the running. He does have previous no experience. He replaced Rucho Moody here last year for his Grand Prix debut and went on to finish 13th.
The mess he referred to in qualifying, he was in Q1 because of that crash on Friday, and I tried to go through the qualifying session on one tyre. It backfired, unfortunately for him. Let's get a word from the camp of the pole sitter, David Almanza. It's Peter Erdl with Jack.
Yeah, it was a heroic effort from David Almanza 2 weeks ago in Hungary, Peter, but 2 weeks on, a lot fitter, closer to 100% now. The big question, can he take the fight to Max today?
I hope, of course. I think Max and David are the fastest rider again. Like already some races in this week, this season, and maybe other riders can also follow. We will see, but they are for me the 2 favorites.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Peter Erdl. Almanza was 7th in the Grand Prix here last year from the front row of the grid. Only 1 second back in second, and pretty intense 6-rider battle for the podium. While on the subject of Dynamo Intact, we send now wishes once again for a speedy recovery to David Almanza's teammate David Munoz, of course. Had a horrendous final lap incident in Balaton Park, leaving him with a fracture to his left pelvis, a fracture to his left arm,
Another lengthy spell on the sidelines coming up. That's all Reece Spang, of course, and he's just working his way back to the top form and full fitness after that serious femur fracture he suffered in Mandalika late last year.
We wish him all the best. His place taken this weekend, as it was back in Austria earlier in the season, by Marcos Oriarte, who topped Q1 yesterday and has qualified or starts with the penalties elsewhere in 13th place on the grid.
8th place on the grid then. After this little post-qualifying reshuffle, you'll find the Irish rider Casey O'Gorman riding the 658 squad. The course up, of course. Mike Foden riding Balaton was his fourth top 10 of the season so far. Plus the performances for the 80-year-old. Himself recovering from a rather nasty high side in practice on Friday afternoon at turn 6.
Adrian Fernandez starts 10th. Mildred Couture from Leopard spoke to our colleague Elliot York Pitling yesterday during qualifying, and admitted that Adrian has had a bit of a difficult time building his morale, his confidence and his spirit back up after his first 6 results were expunged from the records earlier in the season. Did do a good job yesterday in Q1 though. He actually towed Marco Morelli to get himself through that Q1 session into Q2, and he starts at the front of row 4.
6th here last year for Fernandez, having been as high as 3rd in the early stages. 11th on the grid then goes Valentin Perrone. He was in that incident late on with Munoz or Balaton. That's his first DNF in the column of the campaign. He took the checker flag here 8th 1 year ago. Just over a couple of seconds behind Max Keeler in 2nd place. Of course, this was another Grand Prix last year where Jose Antonio Rueda made it the race and won in the Czech Republic. As we count down then to this chapter 9, and it's a 59-point lead that Quiles will bring into this Grand Prix. 5 minutes then until we're lights out of the Grand Prix of Czechia.
If I had a memory of last year's Moto3 race here, it was Dennis Folcher, teammate to Quiles, not exactly playing the team game as the two of them were fighting over a podium position. The Aspar riders starting a lot further apart on the grid this time. Quiles, of course, and Morelli this year. Morelli looking to come through and certainly has more pace than his very good position at 17.
Yes, and it's fascinating to see Danish as well. As I mentioned, he was rapid on Friday, fitnessing both of those practice sessions. He's been the wars a little bit this weekend now. The 12th place for Jesus Rios, a crash at turn 5 yesterday morning, a crash at turn 6 yesterday afternoon in qualifying. He's shown some potential of late. How's the 18-year-old from Marbella? Top 10 in 3 of the last 5. 8th place over the line in Balaton, equaling his career best finish.
And as far as the tyres are concerned, of course, hot condition conditions here in Brno. Every rider in the field has gone for the medium front, medium rear combination, with the exception of Nicola Carraro, with nothing to lose on the back row of the grid. He's gone for the soft front.
Both 5 and 15th place now is Joel Esteban, the 20-year-old Spaniard. He's on a decent run of points going forward. He's been inside the top 15 in the last 5 Grand Prix, including that rare top 6 at the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. Only 5 top 6s, and 35 in the Race World Championship career. So here then on a rather revised and reshuffled front right of the grid for the 16-lap Grand Prix of Czechia in Moto3. It's Alvaro Carpe looking for a 4th successive podium finish of the campaign. He's 3rd. Max Keeler, your runaway world championship leader, 2nd on the grid. It's David Almanza, who has been dynamic, hasn't he, in qualifying of late in Moto3. This is a 3rd successive time he's led qualifying. Almanza on pole here in Brno.
Now it's there for another Almanza Quiles head-to-head. This is the Czech Grand Prix. 3rd pole in a row for David Almanza. Quiles, the championship leader, alongside him in 2nd. Alvaro Carpe promoted onto the front row due to penalties elsewhere. His teammate Brian Ariarte's 4th, with 2 Brits completing the 2nd row, Eddie O'Shea and Scott Ogden, 5th and 6th. On the 3rd row, we find Joel Kelso with 6 top 10 qualifying in a row. Casey O'Gorman came through Q1 to join him. Matteo Bertelli, who crashed on Friday, starts 9th. Adrian Fernandez 10th after he came through qualifying 1. Valentin Perrone and Jesus Rios complete the 4th row. Marcos Oriarte, he's in 3rd. David Munoz starts 13th. Then of Hakim Danish, who drops 12 places for this P2 qualifying. Joel Esteban completes row 5. Yamanaka, Morelli and Cruces on row 6. Morelli, a short Q1 exit for him. Long lap penalties for Moodley and Ramastorfer on row 7 there, either side of Vader Pratama. And completing the grid, we have Cormac Buchanan, Zen Mitani, Guido Pini, who drops 12 places alongside Nicola Carraro, and Rico Salmela at the very back, who also takes a 12th place penalty.
Pole position in Brno of late has been something of a bit of a curse. Nico Antonelli all the way back in 2015, 11 years ago, since there was a winner here in Moto3 from pole position, but also being able to win from the front row of the grid. Kiles and Carpe are going to try and change that stance. Maybe O'Shea was a little bit out of shape there, wasn't he, going through turns 3 and 4. This is how the landscape looks in terms of the championship. Max Kiles, 170 points from the opening 8 Grand Prix. His 59-point lead is the biggest after 8 runs in Moto3 history. Adam Kemp was 57 points clear of the pack back in 2015. That just gives you another indication of the accumulation so far this year of Max Kiles. He has won 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. Absolutely astonishing. He's led every single Grand Prix so far this year as well. I think Max Kiles, he hasn't won them all, but at some point he has found himself at the front of our first 8 Grand Prix of the campaign. Max has done so much of the front running so far this season. But don't discount Carpe, strong in qualifying, and he's on a real golden run of form. 3 podiums in a row for the first time in his career, and he will pose a threat from that front row of the grid.
But the title challenge is going to come from someone other than Max Kiles. Carpe, the likeliest rider, 93 points back to Marco Morelli in 3rd place in the World Championship. Carpe, that golden podium run you mentioned, certainly for him though, none of those yet victories. This is his 32nd Moto3 start today, and having taken 9 previous podiums, can his 10th be that almighty first win?
Yeah, and unfortunately now, those 9 podiums mean Alvaro Carpe has the most podiums in Moto3 history without getting it job done for a victory. It was Aigura who was locked on 8 podiums, who never won in Moto3, so that's going to be a stat he's going to get rid of, isn't it, Alvaro Carpe? Can he break up the Almanza Kiles show? Because it feels like that has been the story of this Grand Prix of Czechia weekend here so far. Almanza then familiar territory, to pole position. 22 riding out intact KTM. Kiles alongside him, looking to extend what is already a commanding 59-point World Challenge lead heading to Assen next weekend. Lights out, we're racing in Brno here in Moto3. So brilliant start once again by the 22 bike of Almanza. Kiles darts to the inside line to try and get him covered up on the base into the first corner. Kiles has got the initiative, so too has Carpe. Carpe comes charging through from 3rd place. So Almanza got the initial launch, although he's now got the title inside line, immediately back through on Carpe. But Kiles has made the perfect start here in Brno.
Yeah, the other top 5 are as they started. Eddie O'Shea still in 5th. A big move up the line though from road forwards. Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda. He's straight up into the top 6.
They fan out further down the field, 6, 7, 8 abreast. Princess and Rios looking for the tight inside line, going through 3 and 4. Fernandez getting busy on the inside of O'Shea. That was a lovely move by Fernandez to pick up the grip through 4.
We're trying to work out Janish's progress. He has made big progress, already up into 8th place. He's looking at the inside now straight away of Casey O'Gorman, the Malaysian, in a hurry.
Yeah, and we know he's got taste. A little bit of a tap there on the inside of O'Gorman, quickest of both sessions on Friday. Kiles then now through turn 7. We'll see Roy Martin go through the long lap penalty twice there later on in MotoGP.
Hayden Patama, who also took a 12th place grid penalty, he's also made rapid progress. Started in 20th place, Patama. He's already gained 9 spots.
Yeah, Danish has been superb at the start of this Grand Prix. He's all over the rear tyre now of Eddie O'Shea as they power down towards the Kevin Schwantz corner. There's the move coming from Danish here on the number 8 bike. Has he got the inside line? Yeah, he's coming from a long way back. He's a little bit out of shape, but he sees that inside line. Nothing O'Shea can do to turn in. Some first lap this by Danish.
Oh, onto the green there. You might be careful. Don't attack Adrian Fernandez, but he's only thinking of attack. He might have got a bit of a benefit there by going on the green coming out of the Schwantz curve. He got a run on Fernandez, and Danish is now fit.
Now that's in the front briefly. You can just see that now. He's made a real meal of it. He's made a real meal of 11, has he, Almanza? He was through Sector 3 leading the Grand Prix, but he's back now in 4th place because that mistake that allowed Kiles, Uriarte, Bryan and Carpe to stream straight back on through.
Oh, look at that from Casey O'Gorman around the outside of both of the Grid M Lab Hondas. I think O'Gorman's going to end this lap potentially in 6th or 7th. They were side by side across the line. Look at that in the background. O'Gorman is 6th. So look, to have a look at that move again. Round the outside of 2 bikes into the final corner.
Almanza recovering place, then he's back in at 3rd. He must have made a real mistake through that to the S of 11 and 12. Trying to get the drive, wasn't he, up Horsepower Hill. But came out of Horsepower Hill back in 4th place immediately. Found his way back through on Brian Uriarte.
On board with David Almanza, looking to repair the damage from that error a quarter of a lap ago. You're not going to get through there into turn 3. We are looking back at the moment from Alvaro Carpe. Top 2 in the World Championship, top 2 in the race. Although I think on our right-hand side, we are going to see Almanza taking second.
That keeps up this perfect record of having led every single Grand Prix so far in 2026. Almanza's in recovery mode here. This has been a real strong second lap, hasn't it? For Almanza, already got his way back through on Carpe and beat Uriarte.
This is the leading group of what's looking like 6 at the moment, who are putting a bit of distance between themselves and the rest. And you have to give credit to both Danish and O'Gorman, the 2 rookies who've been able to latch on to this leading group of 4. Of course, we've got the top 3 of the top 4 in the World Championship here, Quiles, Carpe and Almanza, plus our winner from Mugello a couple of Grand Prix ago. What a good rich vein of form for Brian Uriarte, is it?
Rios has got his own though, big time. He started this lap, the second lap in 12th place. He's got up to 8 on the 54 bike, so a brilliant early surge this from Rios, who's come from the back of the 4th row in 12th.
And Carpe nearly ran into the rear tyre there of Almanza, and he had to check up. It almost gave his teammate Uriarte a run at him. The IO teammates worked together very nicely in qualifying 2 yesterday, but I think they'll have eyes only for themselves today.
This time around it's a clean run out of Horsepower Hill for Almanza. He's going to try and pick up a bit of slipstream. This will feel like an age on a Moto3 bike climbing up Horsepower Hill, won't it? As he goes close to Quiles, not close enough though to attack him into turn 13. And Danish looking ultra strong on the number 13 bike, already up from 14th to 5th.
And we haven't had any progress whatsoever from Morelli further down the field. I was expecting him to also rocket up the order. He's actually lost ground. Morelli is down in 21st place. Clearly had a nightmare first lap.
He's the quickest rider on circuit right now. He's the first and only rider into a 204. This is brilliant by the Irish rider there. He is 6:58 scored the quarter Honda at 2:04.906. Keeping O'Gorman busy in this early podium battle.
A bruising start for the Brits. Both O'Shea and Ogden have been relegated down the order. Eddie O'Shea runs 10th. He's the first of the grid Hondas at the moment in P10, and Scott Ogden down to 11th place. So they've both dropped 6 places.
Fair play to O'Gorman. Bit of a milestone for the Irish rider. It's the first ever race 204 we have seen here in Moto3 in Brno. Now he's all over the rear tyre as well of Hakim Danish, looking to pick off 5th place here. They close up and they come into the stadium section. They still advantage Quiles. Joel Esteban has taken an early fall. That's lovely by Uriarte on the 51 bike. Setting up fully down on the brakes in the 5, count the corner speed through 6, and then just launch it on the inside of Carpe into 7. Beautiful by the 51.
It's probably a good start for the MTA squad, and clearly a bit of pain in the foot there for Esteban. It's coming through the right-hander for in fact, he makes contact there with a couple of riders. He's on the outside, actually. There was someone sweeping across from that wider line through 3, straight into the side of another rider, and then Esteban was on the outside with nowhere to go.
It's the second time in the season we've seen that Joel Esteban prevented this big crash. Of course, he was high-siding out of the victory battle in Goiânia at round 2. That's great once again, is it, by Uriarte. Got through on the 51 bike on Almanza. Almanza's had his problems with that turn 11. As you start that climb towards Horsepower Hill, that's the second time in the opening 3. That's where he has been picked on. A little bit of a tap there onto his backside, just saying to Alvaro Carpe, let's just calm down, let's just keep this rhythm, keep this pace, because we don't want to try and disrupt each other's rhythm right now.
I'd love to know. I love it when riders do that. I'd love to know what the success rate is of that particular gesture, because I don't think Moto3 riders tend to listen to that sort of instruction. Quiles then leads us over the line. This is like 4 of 16. Uriarte fancies a cracker leading this Grand Prix, doesn't he? On the first of the Red Bull KTM IO bikes, top 6 still with about 3/4 of a second, although Pratama's doing his best to close the gap. He set his personal best on a 2:05.2 last time round. He's 7/10 back of O'Gorman.
Some precious little promo once again as a front-running Portsmouth Grand Prix. He came on the line down in 15th place, back end of the point scoring places, with Almanza just threatening to send it on the inside of Uriarte on the brakes into turn 3. And then thought better of it. Danish then settled in 5th. And he just keeping a very close Sports watching Prix on the quartet of Spaniards directly ahead of him. There is O'Gorman then in sixth, quickest rider in this Grand Prix so far, and Patama's done some brilliant work, hasn't he? Come from 20 up into P7. He's only 1.5 seconds off the lead.
And he is now closing that gap down on the back of the leading group. You can see him visibly how much closer he is because he's gapped Fernandez, who runs in 8th. Fernandez himself did a personal best, but he was 4 tenths slower than the Honda immediately up ahead of him, and he's getting detached now.
Only Uriarte, Brian Uriarte, was quicker on that last lap than Patama, so the Indonesian has found some serious speed. He's worked his way through quite brilliantly in the early part of this Grand Prix to set himself up for potentially another podium charge. We drop down there now into the hard braking zone for the Kevin Schwantz corner. This long right-handed before you start the big climb back up the hill through Horsepower Hill. Kivales favours that wide sweeping line, doesn't he, through turn 10.
Yeah, it's all about just making sure you've got some tyre left for the end of the Grand Prix. It's a long race in scorching hot conditions, certainly hotter than the MotoGP riders are used to, because they're out first thing in the morning at the start of both Friday and Saturday. They are all on the medium front, medium rear combination though, so there are no outliers in terms of tyres in this leading group.
Lots of riders like quick times coming this Grand Prix. Just to cover off, Ruche Moody and Leo Ramastor for 2 riders who had to complete long laps. They have been done. So back at the front then it is Quiles. That's going to lead over the line. He's getting on with business here. Patama, we can just mention the fact that Patama was showing some real dynamic pace. A 2:04.524 from Patama as Almanza goes on the inside of Uriarte into the first corner. Patama, you can see the body pictures picked off O'Gorman. Well, there's nothing O'Gorman could do about it because Patama's 7 tenths faster. He's absolutely flying at the moment. Here's the Indonesian.
Something happened to Adrian Fernandez in the final corner or two because he's lost around 3 seconds. He's dropped all the way down to 15th place. So any hope that Fernandez had of joining this leading group has very much gone now.
Patama's place is really a second on the side of Jose Antonio Rueda's 2025 race record here in Brno. He's now got through. Well, he's wasting pressure all the time, is he, enforcing the issue here. He's got through on O'Gorman and now Danish on this lap 5 of 16. This is brilliant by Patama.
Lovely move that again by Uriarte, that inside line, that tighter line through turn 5 and into 6. So Uriarte once again back in a second place. Almanza running third. But Patama is just so dynamic, isn't he, and so good on Sundays. He's had a bit of a poor qualifying run as of late, but when he gets to the business end of the Sunday action and the red lights go out, he's so strong.
So Gorman and now Patama, only 2 riders that have been in the 2:04 bracket in the early part of this Brno battle. He dropped down the hill with Almanza's on the inside of Uriarte into the Schwantz corner. It's a lovely move that once again by Almanza. We know how good he is. Strong on the brakes. There's another little bit of a gesticulation there with the left arm. Patama then now going through on Carpe into turn 11. He is careering towards the front of this Brno battle.
He's playing a video game at the moment, isn't he? Veda Patama, and doing a very good job about it. Now up into 4th position. This group of 7 now 2.5 seconds clear of the chasing group, which is led by Eddie O'Shea. There was a bit of a look there for Patama. There was a bigger look for Casey O'Gorman, who relegates Danish to the tail of this leading group of 7.
Yeah, this is now your podium battle. This is now your victory battle. These 7 are pretty much 2 seconds clear of Eddie O'Shea, who's in the battle of the Brits further down the order. Scott Ogden's dropped down from 8th to 11th. I know it was a pretty poor lap 5 for Ogden. Teeny just picked up Adrian Fernandez. Fernandez has stayed in quite dramatically here. The 2 Leopard Hondas, then 18th and 19th respectively, as Almanza is at the front. What can Quiles do in retaliation then? So Max Quiles now back into 2nd place. He's got the inside line between, not close enough. Patama now up into P3. This is awesome by the Indonesian, isn't it? He's got the inside line. Uriarte tried to tip behind the brakes into 3, but Patama has it.
Let's see what Quiles' strategy is going to be now. He seemed content to lead and do the pace setting and the pace managing. Is he now happy just to have a little bit of a look at the back of Almanza? Uriarte in no mood to look at the back of Patama as he takes 3rd place back again, and now he's giving the instructions. Let's call a truce. Let's look at what's going on ahead.
And those downhill braking zones into 5 and 10, that's where Uriarte is really good. Really strong on that KTM. Quiles was in hot there, wasn't he? Wide as he came through the right-hander of 6. And that's just given Almanza about 3, 4, 5 bike lengths back to his fellow Spaniard. Out of 9, lead going into the...
Oh, Gorman!
Oh, no, Gorman's gone down. Well, Casey O'Gorman had a big high side here on Friday at turn 6. And unfortunately, O'Gorman, one of the 2 riders in the 204s, O'Gorman's podium charge has come to a premature end here, halfway around, lap 6 of 16.
Second big crash of the weekend for Casey O'Gorman, just shows how on the limit he was trying to go with this leading pace. So we now have 6 riders in this group at the front. That promotes Danish back up into 6th place. So we have 5 KTMs and now Pratama, the sole Honda, in this lead battle.
Yeah, and up the hill they go. Almanza then at the front. Here comes Carte on the inside of Pratama. Carte got brilliant drive, really coming out of turn 12. Set that move up beautifully on the inside of Pratama into 13. Nothing that a Honda Team Major rider could do. So here's Almanza over at the line then, as we move on to lap 7 of 16. It is now any one of 6, you feel, for the victory. Eddie O'Shea now promoted up to 7. He's only 3 seconds behind the top 6.
I wonder whether Anthony Fernandez has got some sort of problem with his leopard on that. He's lost further ground. He's now in 18th position. He's been passed by his teammate Guido Pini, having ran as high as 5th on the first lap. Fernandez now down to P18. Morelli's finally starting to make progress as his teammate has a look at regaining the lead. Morelli finally into the points, and he's now gained a couple of starting lap. He now runs 12th.
Just a little bit hot there into 3 was Palmer. Almanza then still at the front. This is a good overtaking opportunity. Down there is Carte now. Waves back. Well, after his long lap around the stall for unfortunately, he's not going to see the checker flag in this Grand Prix. How many times in those downhill braking zones for 5 and 10 has Uriarte made killer moves? That's another one. This time around, he's got through on the killer himself, Quiles.
Yeah, and he made sure that he wasn't going to defend. He was not defending, he's attacking. He's now taking the lead from David Almanza. I thought he was just blocking off Quiles as he goes wide onto the green with that wider line through 6, but he was teeing up a move on Almanza. And in the space of 3 corners, he goes from 3rd to the lead.
Switch there, though, for Uriarte on the front there as he tried to be aggressive on the change direction, going through 8 and 9. Eddie O'Shea's got bragging rights at grid racing right now. He's having a right-off battle with his teammate Joel Kelso for 7th place. Big group for the back part of the top 10ers. Carte's got the inside line, squeezes Almanza just offline there. Almanza then, who started this lap 7 leading, he's now back in 4th once again, back in 3rd, because he sends it on the inside of Carte into 11.
Wasn't having that all. There's a big battle between the 2 Southeast Asians at the back of this group. Pratama and Danish, both products of the Moto4 Asia Cup. They're now squabbling over 5th place as the KTM squabble goes on up ahead, and it is Brian Uriarte who's going to lead us as we head up to lap 8 and 16, approaching half distance.
Kelso 7th, O'Shea 8th, Patelli 9th, and Cruz says in 10th place in points right now for Ogden, Morelli, Salmella, Perrone and Rios. We saw Rios as high as 8th at one stage in the early part of this Grand Prix. He's drifted back down to 15th place. Side by side in the braking zone for the first corner, briefly were Uriarte and Quiles. Uriarte, though, he has been brilliant on the front end of that KTM so far here today. Now even the 51 bike, and he's cutting a tight line there, trying to find a way through.
Yeah, Uriarte is trying to pick this pace up. They're now back into the low 205s as Quiles gets a really good run on Uriarte, but once again, under braking, Uriarte is so confident in the front end of that KTM. He's going to be very, very difficult to shift from the front of the race with that kind of braking prowess.
Danish eases through on Carte. Carte was just a little bit wide, marginally offline there as they went through turns 8 and 9, and Danish said, thank you very much. And now it's getting better for Danish because now he's got the inside on. There's nothing Almanza can do about this as we go now into 5. So Danish then, this has been a big lap 8 so far, having half race distance. Oh, that's payback. Almanza said, okay mate, if you're going to send me on the inside of me at 5, you can have it back at 7.
Reminder that Danish and Pratama, both grid penalties coming into this race. So Danish has done all this from 14th on the grid, and Vader Pratama at the back of this leading train, he's come all the way from 20th on the grid. Both incredible comebacks, but they are far from finished.
Yeah, and just how much did Pratama in particular take out of that Pirelli rubber? I mean, he was doing a 204.5. So he was pushing, he was on the move to get himself back into this lead battle. And will he pay for that in the latter stages of this Grand Prix? And Uriarte goes tight and defensive on the run up into turn 11, but what Quiles can do. Now it's all about who can pick up the throttle and manage that sliding rear tyre. And she asked for the power coming out Horsepower Hill. Oh, Uriarte got superb launch, didn't he? What a flying out of the turn 11 that was for Uriarte.
It's the first time that Uriarte has been to this circuit. Didn't come here, of course, last season. We've got the likes of Morelli further back in the field, although he's a rookie. He did come here last year. He is now up into the top 10 at last, and he did his personal best on the last lap on a 2:05.6. Clearly must have had a nightmare first lap because his pace is similar to this leading group now.
over the line we go then, into the second half of this Grand Prix of Czechia. And now Keelan has the outside line. And look at Almanza. We've got a bit of a two-bike slipstream down a short start-finish rate, which doesn't even measure 700 metres in length. But Almanza seasonally enlisted, wide open space on the inside, and boy did he take it. Almanza then picking off Uriarte and Quiles on that run down to turn one.
Quiles got the better one out of it though, and he didn't even need to outbrake Almanza. He just swooped around the outside of him, although it looked like Quiles was slightly wide. That's going to compromise his line. Don't move across. We've already seen contact between 3 and 4 earlier on in the Grand Prix that took Esteban out, but once again he's wrong-footed, and again Almanza's going to get the run on it.
Less than 2 seconds between Eddie O'Shea or Joel Kelso in 7th and Rico Salmella in 15th. Oh, they bunch up. They close up Dome dramatically on the brakes into turn 5. It's Almanza that still has the advantage. It's just all about keeping your cool here, isn't it? Old Carpe running on the inside curve there, threatening a move on Quiles. That was never going to work out.
It's a part of the racetrack where it really does bunch up a stadium section, a bit of a car park section as far as Moto 3 bikes are concerned, because there's so many parts of the circuit where you really can open them up and stretch the legs of these Moto 3 machines, including here as we now begin to drop downhill to the lowest part, if you like, of this Brno circuit before we start climbing out of Schwarzkirch.
And that huge battle rage for 7 is now Ogden has got himself to the head of it. Fair play to the Brit, who was running outside the top 10 at one stage, but all their battling has cut them over 4.5 seconds now back of this battle. So I think it's fair to say it's any one of the 6 we're looking at on screens right now. Almanza, Quiles, Carpe, Danish, Matama still right in the thick of it. So too is Brian Uriarte.
Almanza already a winner this season, won the opening Grand Prix in Buriram. Quiles has done plenty of winning this season. Carpe, of course, still chasing that maiden victory. He's already seen his teammate Brian Uriarte break his duck just a couple of races ago. Carpe, his motivation will be extremely high to end that run today.
We've never had an Indonesian win at any level in World Championship racing. It's 10 years since Khalid Ampali was Malaysia's last Moto3 winner at the Sachsenring in 2016. Almanza knew he had to be really strong on the brakes there to fend off and repel any attacks from Quiles and Carpe behind him, although he runs a little bit wide, cuts across the curve there. Now that might give Quiles and Carpe an opportunity to move up on the brakes into turn 3. Indeed they do.
Pick a line, any line, boys. Patama was in danger of getting detached from that, but of course if they've all bunched up, it's just bringing Patama back into play again. He was back into 206s last time around. Looked like there was contact there as they went through turn 4, and it was that Carpe who lost out. It was Uriarte who lost out.
Yeah, Almanza lost out big time. Big time. He was leading at the start of this lap, and now Patama lost all of his room. I think it was Almanza got squeezed on the outside, and now he's been pushed back to 6th place. Patama was going to the car park there on the outside of 5, and that's allowed Almanza straight back through.
It's Danish who now runs second, and perhaps most importantly, it's now Max Quiles that leads. So let's have a look. Carpe who goes wide and then goes up the inside, and Almanza's supposed to jump out of the way, but they both lost time in the end. Carpe lost a place, Almanza lost several.
Yeah, Almanza would have just actually briefly rolled the throttle there. So Carpe came on through. So did Danish, so did Uriarte, and eventually, just 1 corner later with braking zone, Patama got back to. As you can see, Almanza has got himself back up into P5. Marco Moroni now fancying to the run at the front of that second group. He's up into 7th. Look at that one there. When I was looking at the time stream, Moroni was down in about 18th or 19th place, so he's had a real strong charge of the Argentinian.
Yeah, he'll be cursing that crash on Friday, and then the poor strategy from himself or the team, whoever made the decision in qualifying 1 to only use 1 tyre. He was sitting in the pits thinking he was already through the Q2, and he got knocked all the way out of the top 4. Uriarte back up the inside of Hakim Danish. This chasing 5 behind Quiles recognise that they can't allow the 28 to get into his rhythm and start to stretch this group out.
Caught napping a little bit there, didn't Danish? The braking zone for 13, door was wide open for Uriarte to sweep on through. 6 laps to go then here in Brno. It's Quiles that leads. Carpe fancying a move on the inside of Danish. But a bit of a wobble there on the front end of that empty helmets MSI machine, didn't it? Here is Quiles running through turn 2.
Quiles then on the way out of Prix. It's good 3-rider slipstream potentially being built up here for Uriarte, who does go back into 2nd place once again. As soon as this pace picks up again, Uriarte goes wide through 3. It just starts to detach Vader Patama onto it. I think Patama is on his absolute limit, just trying to cling on to the 5 ahead of him.
Yeah, pretty chilled those Prix tyres coming through from that lowly 20th place on the grid. Further back, it's a right old ding-dong going on, isn't it? The 7th place at the moment. Still the rally has that advantage. Kelso, Patelli, Alden, Cruz, says O'Shea, Samuel, Marcus Uriarte into the injured David Munoz, Valentin Perone, they're all still right in the thick of that big group.
Quiles' lead is a third of a second, and we saw in the previous lap Uriarte attacking Danish because he wants to be the rider to chase after Quiles to stop him from pulling clear as Almanza now goes up the inside, that tighter line which might compromise him on the way out of the right-hander there of turn 9, and give Carpe a run at him, but Almanza trying to recover from that poor turn 4 incident a lap ago.
Quiles is just trying to stretch this out, isn't he? He's just trying to pose some real serious questions to those 5 directly behind him. As Patelli comes from a long way back and lifts up Joe Kelso down into the Schwantz corner for the fight distance. And this is the battle that's going from 7th down to, 15th place at the moment. You can see Perone and Marcus Uriarte at the back of the outside of course going to place right now. Adrian Fernandez, Russo Yamanaka, they're in a pretty good back as well with Guido Pini. They're almost 1.5 seconds though back of Perone in 15th.
Quiles made a small error in that third sector. This brought Danish right back onto his tail again. There are 6 laps of this Grand Prix remaining as we watch this second group. We cut back to the lead group and Quiles has been well and truly gobbled up again, and it is once again Danish and Uriarte going side by side there, squabbling over second place at the moment, and Danish is going to take that straight back again.
Well, we said that Quiles was posing some serious questions. Danish had the answer on that last lap. His best lap of the Grand Prix so far, 2:05.146. Those Malaysian fans are going to be going crazy, aren't they, over in Kuala Lumpur and throughout Malaysia, because Hakim Danish is right in the battle here, right in the hunt for his maiden Grand Prix victory, although he loses second place there to Brian Uriarte.
Fair play to Pratama too. He did a 2:05.208 on the last lap, so he's doing his level best, trying to get towed along. You just see it clinging on at the back of this 6-rider group as Danish is clinging on to 3rd place. Almanza now back into 4. Almanza, of course, that mistake a couple of laps ago. He's still trying to recover. Is he just saving something for these final 4.5 laps?
Tight at the top, the lap time gap between Danish and Almanza is 1,000th of a second. Just about hanging on to this lead group, isn't he? Here's Patama. He is digging deep here. He's keeping himself in those low 2:05s. Still running in 7th place, as you can see on the timer down the left-hand side of your screens, to be powered down towards turn 10. Heavy braking zone this one, and Danish has been bullied there. Through goes on Uriarte, picks up Uriarte, door wide open for Almanza also to sweep on through. So Brian Uriarte, 2nd to 4th in that turn 10.
Yeah, Carpe sees the opportunity too. Of course, if you give one rider an opportunity in Moto3, there are always going to be 3 or 4 others looking to punish you further. Carpe with no teammate mentality there. He's thinking for himself as he wants a first victory. He's now up to 4.
Danish P1 on Friday. Fairy tale, though, wouldn't it, if he was P1 on the most important part of the weekend here on Sunday. In the Sunday sunshine at the Grand Prix of Czechia. Out of the final corner we go. Only 4 laps to go here in Brno. Very surely it is still Max Quiles that leads your runaway World Championship leader. Just over a tenth he was clear of Danish in 2nd place. He's under pressure here from Almanza, who gets the door slammed right shut in his face through the 1st corner. Slightly offline though goes Danish, and that has allowed Almanza through.
Now Almanza does favour that tight line, which often compromises his run out of 3. They've all been able to do sort of squabble over who chases Quiles, but as of yet, nobody has really been able to attack Max Quiles, who is so comfortable in this kind of situation, leading Grand Prix as Io once again go on the attack. This time it's Uriarte trying to pass Danish.
Good brief to get through, but he was going to be a little bit duffed up here as Almanza and Quiles then go side by side. They almost touch elbows as they drop down then now into turn 5. Almanza trying to find that inside line. There is no way through though, is there? Quiles resolute in his defence of the front.
Now Almanza's been the one who's been able to throw the punches in the direction of Quiles, but Quiles has been able to roll with them so far. Pratama, far from getting dropped, he's now getting stuck into this leading group again. He's taken Carpe, who's now at the back of the train.
How strong on the road to MotoGP programs. How good is the now Moto4 current cup system over in Asia? Danish and Patama products of that great system, on course potentially for their first
milestone Grand Prix wins here. They've got a big job on there to get ahead of Almanza and in particular Max Quiles. This time around, Danish is not able to find a way through on the breakdown in the turn. Ted slightly wide. He'll be careful though on that 30 part of the circuit. There goes Patama. Carpe not able to take advantage though.
Of course, if the flag comes out now and we're only 3 and a bit laps away from it, this will do serious damage to Alvaro Carpe in the World Championship and would certainly benefit Quiles. 25 points potentially for victory at the moment. Carpe only on course for 10 points in 6th.
Quiles was second in the Grand Prix here 11 months ago last July. He's going to be desperate to win here in Brno. It's one of our most iconic classic Grand Prix venues, isn't it? He is edging, creeping ever closer to yet another win in 2026. He'll lead the field out of the final corner. 3 laps to go then now, surely here in Brno. Quiles from Almanza under pressure here from Uriarte in the braking zone into the first corner. Attacking late there was Uriarte. Can he get it stopped? He's going to run a little bit wide. Almanza then moves straight back. Oh, that's aggressive by Danish. As Almanza took the inside line for Uriarte in the first corner. Left the door open for Danish and he pounced.
And Carpe is going to take it too. I think Uriarte is going to be 5th by the time they arrive at turn 3. Uriarte put a beautiful move on Danish into the penultimate corner to move into 3rd place. With all of that hard work undone by the error at turn 1.
Still, it is Quiles at the front. Patama there. Stuck in a Red Bull KTM sandwich at the moment. We're looking back to the number 9, the Honda Major rider. Really Honda rider in with a shout of winning here in Brno. We drop down into the braking zone for 5. Trying to break as late as he possibly could there in Uriarte. But well, you could see that was what he was in his mind there was to try and sort of cut an outside line down and into 5, and then through 6 he's got Patama, now through 7 he's got Carpe. This is beautiful by the 51 once again.
And Danish did the same thing on Almanza to retake 2nd place, which he's been for quite a lot of the last 4 or 5 laps or so, but we haven't yet seen Danish have a proper dig at Max Quiles, the World Championship leader and long time a race leader. Does Danish have something extra on his sleeve to claim that first win?
He's come from a long way back there to find a way through on Almanza. Once again, Almanza gets picked up, and that has also allowed Carpe to come back through. Patama now right on his rear tyre as we go into turn 11. Yeah, Danish taking a fight with Max Quiles, and that's not an easy proposition, as it's proven to be so far in our opening 8 Grand Prix in Moto3 in 2026. Up Horsepower Hill we go once again then. Danish just eases to the inside lines. He closer to attack Quiles on the brakes. No, not quite close enough.
Very much a momentum circuit, this, isn't it? Especially on a Moto3 bike. If you make a mistake through one of these slower second gear corners, it's going to impact you all the way up the next long straight. And as we see in Moto3, there are often 4 or 5 riders ready to punish you. We are on to the penultimate lap, and it is still the World Championship leader hanging on.
2 to go. Danish gets picked up by Uriarte into the first corner. Uriarte is able to run that tight inside line, so Danish could not dish out some instant retaliation. So Uriarte, just Danish having to check up there a little bit as Uriarte's move sort of compromises exit speed a little bit on that fast speed through turn 2.
2 and 3 now for Red Bull KTM. Uriarte second and now Carpe into 3rd. Carpe knows he needs to attack now. Danish isn't going to let him attack. He's back into 3rd place. They're all trying to jockey for position to be the best place possible going on to the final lap.
This is pressure. This is massive pressure on Max Quiles. He tends to never crack. He tends to never buckle. He's been bullying for so much at the front of this Grand Prix. Here he goes, Uriarte. Tried to seize that inside line going through 6. There was no way through. Through 7 we go then. Quiles still has a very narrow, a very slender advantage over Uriarte. And he's still there in 3rd. Any one of 6 still, any one of these top 6 can still win this Brno Grand Prix.
We mentioned earlier on how short the main straight is here. It's not the kind of main straight here where you can slipstream down to the line. Well, you can, but it is very, very difficult to achieve. It's not as easy as it would be as Mugello, for instance. So you probably want to be leading out of the final corner on that final lap.
Well, Carpe's gone wild. I don't know if he lost the front there, down the hill into turn 10. My eyes were drawn to Patama, who's going on the inside of Almanza. Not a good lap this is Almanza running out of grip because that sort of mistake by Carpe, and then Patama picking up Almanza has just given a bit of daylight between these top 3 then now. Keyless powers up Horsepower Hill. His closest rivals now Uriarte and Danish.
This could easily close up again if this three engage with each other, which they are surely going to. But Uriarte, as good as he's been on the brakes in this Grand Prix, couldn't get up alongside Max Keyless. One more lap to go for this six-way fight to shake itself out.
Oh, aggressive is the time of the change direction. Flicked it right into the final corner. The final lap on the way then here. What's been another Renault Classic in Moto 3. Uriarte levels. Keyless on the brakes into the first corner for a long, long way back. Here comes Danish. So Keyless then with all to do. Back in third place as we start this final lap. It's Uriarte that leads, Danish second.
Uriarte made absolutely no stats there about where he was putting Max Keyless. Keyless though now will have the two-bike slipstream. Uriarte was trying to hug the left-hand side of the racetrack to block any move at the inside. Keyless does got the inside, but only if Danish. He's back in a second.
Straight back through then on Danish in 3. 10 corners left. He's trying to find that tight inside line. So look at the bumping and barging going on between Almanza, Carpe and Uriarte. That's going to, Qatar, that's going to be really hindering their progress for the podium here.
So Uriarte then will lead us around turn 5. 9 corners to go of this Grand Prix. Danish, it's going to take something special from Danish to get into picture there. Keyless trying to line up a move into turn 6. The door slammed shut in his face.
From anything left for Patama, Carpe and Almanza. We saw Patama run wide going through turn 5. He's now back at the back of this group of 6. Oh, Keyless and Danish are all over the rear tyre, aren't they here? Contact! And Danish could be the big winner out of all this. He's taken massive profit from the contact between Uriarte and Keyless. Hakim Danish has been no Malaysian winner in the Moto3 World Championship in 10 years. Oh, he goes sideways. Desperately trying to break as late as he can for the Trumps corner. He does hit the apex. And Danish now what about 4 or 5 bike lengths clear off Keyless. Is Keyless running out of time?
And that's also brought Almanza back into the mix. Almanza up the inside of Uriarte from nowhere. He's back into the podium spots.
Now it's all about the time about Horsepower Hill. Is that over for Max Keyless in terms of victory hopes? He's running on the podium here. Max Keyless, Hakim Dani. Speaking of Horsepower Hill, contact behind him. It's all playing into the hands of the Malaysian. Heavy O'Shea crashed out late on the final lap. Hakim Dani sent through the final corner. This has been magic from the Malaysian. He's come from 14th on the grid, and for the first time in 10 years, we're going to have a Malaysian winner in the Moto3 World Championship. Danish does the business in Brno. What a performance, what a ride, what a last lap. What a Grand Prix once again in Moto3. Danish wins by almost half a second. Max Keyless does somehow get himself back into the podium places. Ryan Uriarte comes out of that epic late fight for that top 6 in second. Almanza from pole is 4th. Patama is 5th. Carpe takes 6th. But Hakim Danish, what a performance. He thought he was starting this Grand Prix on the front line of the grid for just the 3rd time this grid. Busted with a 12th place grid penalty. But he has done a number on the Moto3 field here. There was late drama, there was late contact aplenty, wasn't there? But taking nothing away. Hakim, your hero in the Grand Prix of Czechia.
Well, there were euphoric scenes back in his home of Malaysia when he got on the podium a couple of races ago. Just imagine what they'll be like in Malaysia right now into the early evening back in Hakim's home as they have a Moto3 winner, as you say, for the first time in practically a decade. And it's very rare that we say this, but you have to say Max Keyless kind of messed that up on the final lap by making contact with Brian Uriarte because they came round turn 9, that opened the door, and Danish was happy to jump through it.
This was the late drama, the contact there, was he being a little bit too impatient there? Max Keyless, that was vital. We said the big winner at that stage was Danish. The contact at turn 9 in between Uriarte and Keyless.
Watch Almanza here.
Yeah, Almanza all in to try and get the podium. Through on Uriarte, through on Keyless, but he's just going to lose all of his momentum as he goes up Horsepower Hill. Uriarte glass tracking up into the final corner. He's done awesome. Look, he's outbreaking Almanza, Carpe and Keyless. And Keyless with a brilliant late charge. That's an awesome late move by Keyless. Ahead of him though, and out of your picture, Keyless increases World Championship lead. But it's Hakim Danish who is going to take the headlines with an absolutely astonishing performance. Just look what it means to MT Helmets MSI. That was phenomenal. Yeah, he puts up the finger. Number 1. He was P1 on Friday morning. He won on Friday afternoon. He thought he was on the front row of the grid, but when it mattered the most, when he had to deliver, he won in that Grand Prix of Czechia. Hakim Danish, new superstar.
Hakim living the dream here in Brno this afternoon. There was another chain reaction, another knock-on effect in that final corner as it was all kicking off up ahead. Carpe got well and truly boxed in as his teammate was battling with Quiles and Almanza, and that allowed Veda Pitama to sweep around the outside, so it might only be third. And I say only third because Quiles usually deals in victories, but he does extend his World Championship lead. 16 points for him in third, Carpe just 10 for sixth place, so Quiles extends his World Championship lead now up to 65 points.
What a way to kick off round 9 in 2026. Love nothing more than commentating on a first-time Grand Prix winner, and that is going to be a hugely popular victory. He's such a likeable character, Hakim Danish. Every time you see him walk around the paddock, he's got this massive beaming smile on his face. He'll be wearing that right now inside that helmet as they start wild celebrations. I took this on sale right now for the Malaysian Grand Prix later on this year, yeah, because you might want to get on the other hotline very, very quickly. The first Malaysian Moto3 winner then, since Khairul Idham Pawi won the Sachsenring 10 years ago almost, at the German Grand Prix in 2016. Just his third ever Malaysian victory in Moto3. He's just the second rider to do so with Pawi. Almost 190 Grand Prix since we last heard the Malaysian national anthem ring out in the World Championship paddock. Another class performance by Brian Uriarte. Yeah, he really is showing himself to be a big star of the future. The Red Bull KTM rider. A bit of a front running in that Grand Prix himself. Second he was over the line. Behind that, a intense fight for your top six. There were top 10 to Morelli, Kelso, Ogden and Corona. That's a heck of a ride by Marco Morelli, because he was really second-hand after that big crash he had at turn 7 on Friday afternoon. Points as well for Batelli, Cruces, Marcus Uriarte, injured David Munoz, Adrian Fernandez and Yusai Yamanaka.
There was a late crash on the transport lap, I think it was, for Eddie O'Shea, having started on the second row of the grid. We also lost Rico Sarmella on the final lap. David Almanza put so much into that, and in the end, it doesn't quite feel like justified reward for him, does it? Fourth place, he missed out on the podium by just a tenth of a second, having been second coming up Horsepower Hill.
Yeah, that's successive years now in Brno that he's found himself starting on the front row and he's missed out on the podium. Applications for the 2027 Idemitsu Motor 4 Asia Cup are open in 5 days' time. One day you could be here with Hakim Danish's shoes, representing Southeast Asia and winning in Grand Prix. What a story it is, the Road to MotoGP programme. Major talent club. Girls, their first ever world champion, wasn't he, in Moto2 back in 2024. First ATC rider to score a MotoGP pole position yesterday. And Guerrero on pole for the Czech Grand Prix this afternoon. That was some race. Moto3, well, it just so often delivers. And that was another banging race here in Brno. There's your championship story. He does find another 6 points in the title chase, doesn't Max Quiles? His lead now up to 65 points in the series.
Looked like Quiles was gesturing there on the change of direction. He was just struggling with a little bit, because there's plenty of that around here. Alex Marquez, who is very closely linked to the Marquez clan with the Moto3 World Championship leader. Also saw with that classic gesture with his hand under his chin, just saying, I was absolutely on the limit today. Of course, would have dearly loved to have broken away from that leading group, but he just could not do it.
Heck of a ride. We've said that a few times already, haven't we, in his rookie season in 2026 for Veda Pitama. Look at that. 20 on the grid he started. He'd already recovered 11th place in the first lap. He was already right in the thick of the front-running battle at the 9th. Took the checkered flag in an excellent 5th, not even a second eventually behind Hakim Danish. Another great day for some emerging talents and rising stars from Southeast Asia. Danish, Victor, Pitama P5. I don't think it's going to be too long before Veda Pitama is a World Championship Grand Prix winner as well. But it's the sweetest moment, the sweetest feeling. Hakim Danish, he won in Park Fernley. the Malaysian, a first-time Grand Prix winner. What a story this is. Going to go very short here from our world championship leader. Not the win he was hoping for, but a strong third place to increase his point advantage in the standings. Max Quiles with Jack.
Max, you increase out the World Championship lead after a pretty crazy final half a lap. First in the contact with Brian and then 4 riders abreast into the final corner. Just talk us through from your perspective what happened in that final lap.
I was crazy the last lap. I was trying to push to open gap so I don't have this crazy battle, but it wasn't possible. It was getting a bit windy, and as well I think my gears were not the best one this race. So I was pushing. I did what I can, but at least we had 6 riders, that this is good. And yeah, last lap, I saw Brian, he was trying to do a better exit. I didn't notice this, so we touched. And Hakim was by the inside, and then in the uphill, I tried to do a good exit to try to overtake Hakim in the last corner, but Almanza overtake me crazy, so I said, okay, well, let's see what can I do. And I said, I'm going to go outside the line and try to overtake, and I could get this podium, so really happy and looking forward for more.
Great ride today, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, another great ride. Great entertainment delivered by that top 6, and he was right in the thick of it, wasn't he? This was the decisive moment, that contact, as he just hit the rear tyre of Uriarte through turn 9. Said right at the time, taking massive profit was Denise. She was the big winner, and ultimately the eventual winner in this Grand Prix. We're on board with Keeler. That was right, wasn't it? We saw last lap Brown, last lap contacted Balaton, unfortunately, which David Munoz pick up multiple serious injuries. Yeah, that's really saw it down in the Aspar garage. Now we're going to listen to Brian Uriarte's thoughts on that classic Grand Prix of Czechia. He's second here in Brno, and he's with Jack.
Brian, another brilliant ride, leading on to the final lap. It felt as though it was going to be pretty chaotic, and that it was. Just talk us through how you felt that final lap went and how much it means to be back onto the podium.
Well, honestly, Brno is one of the most difficult tracks in the calendar for me, at least. And yeah, I realized that every session we were doing some steps forward, and today in the race, I think I learned a lot from the big guys, you know. And yeah, I really enjoyed the race. All the time overtaking, and yeah, at one point I said, wow, this should be crazy on the TV, because we were everybody overtaking each other. And yeah, I really enjoyed the fighting. Lack of experience, in the last lap, that everybody was pushing and I was in the front leading, so yeah, you take a big risk. But well, finally it was quite nice. I tried to overtake the 2 riders in front. I prepared better the exit of the third last corner, and well, it wasn't too bad. I went on the green, on the grass, and yeah, bit of motocross. I like motocross, and yeah, I really enjoyed this race. And yeah, just to thank my whole team, they did an amazing job this weekend, and let's try to keep working like this.
Great job today, well done.
Thank you so much.
Motocross, Moto3 is clicking all forms of two-wheel motorsport. Even Uriarte, this is that late drama, trying to fight for track position, coming up Horsepower Hill. Well, he's gone daisy cutting now, hasn't he? He got nudged by David Almanza. I mean, that is great. That is great, because you know that there's a bit of dirt on those tyres.
Not a hint of the way, was there?
Using that front brake lever into that turn 13. He's got some bravery. He's got some boldness to match the talent, hasn't he, Brian Uriarte? Brilliant ride. But as you can see, with the first Grand Prix victory, once again, Malaysia reigns supreme in Moto3. Your winner here in Brno, Hakim Danish with Jack.
Hakim, huge congratulations. From the 5th row of the grid, you are a Grand Prix winner for the very first time. Malaysia's first in a decade. Just tell us, what does this moment mean for you and for everyone back home in Malaysia?
Yeah, for sure, for this moment, to everyone in Malaysia, I think everyone is so happy, and me too, I am so happy for my first victory. And yeah, today race, I start from 5th row, and I just try to keep focus. I try to go in front as soon as possible, and then I just try to manage in the race in a good way. And yeah, for this weekend in general, I feel confident with the bike and with the team, and also
I would like to mention also to my team because they do a very good job for this weekend. They work very hard for me, and yeah, I am so happy. And also I would like to send a message to Malaysian people. Terima kasih banyak dekat semua. Terima kasih bang. Dan okay, Papa, okay, see you in class. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Huge congratulations, Hakim.
Thank you.
What is not to like about Hakim Danish, the 18-year-old Malaysian? I think he said there, see you at home, didn't he? What a story this was. 25-second, 12th place grip penalty, bumped back to 14th on the grid, and then he produced a dynamic charge through the pack. Keeler's got a great start away from the second place that he inherited with the Danish penalty. It was not a lead he was able to hold on to at the most crucial moment. What a battle we have between those six riders. Almanza, Keeles, Carpe, Uriarte, Danish and Patama. They put on some spectacle show here in Brno. Fortunately, it was Hakim Danish. Helped a little bit by that late contact with you. To win the lottery, you've got to have a ticket. To win it, you've got to be in it. And he certainly was right at the end.
Put himself in position to take advantage, didn't he, of the drama up ahead. We were chatting just off air there while the interview was taking place of how crazy they went for him last year when he made his debut as a wild card at Sepang. Set the fastest lap, of course, didn't he, on his Grand Prix debut, and they already took to Hakim Danish. Just imagine what kind of party we're going to have in Sepang at the beginning of November later this year when Hakim Danish returns home as a Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, it might take him a while to negotiate arrivals at Kuala Lumpur International Airport when he does eventually venture back home. So he'll probably be heading home immediately after next weekend's Grand Prix of the Netherlands in Assen. He might actually just think, well, no, I'll go back home now. I'll summer jet lag, I'll come back in a couple of those days' time for the Assen class. So here we go then. Another milestone podium for Malaysia and the milestone podium in Moto3 here in Brno.
Of course, a victory for the MT Helmets MSI team, who have, of course, won before in this Moto3 class with Ivan Oltola. Today, it's Hakim Danish. As Max Keeles continues his super run of podiums this season, that is now his 8th podium from 9 starts, as he continues to stretch his World Championship lead with Alvaro Carpe finishing 6th today. Brian Uriarte, what a run he's having now. That's 2 podiums in the last 3, and the one race he was on the podium, he was only 4th. Hakim Danish, a podium which is right outside our comments box window actually as we glance outside. There's a famous podium here, just next to the main straight. And we'll shortly hear the Malaysian national anthem on the Grand Prix podium in Moto3 for the first time in 10 years. Congratulations to the Aon Credit MT Helmets MSI squad for their victory today. The Mayor of Brno will present the 3rd place trophy to Max Keeles, who has won the previous 3rd place of this season. It's one position he's used to. There, so 2nd place, Brian Uriarte, who is now up to 3rd place in the World Championship. He leapfrogs both David Almanza and Marco Morelli today. So 29 points behind his teammate in 2nd, Alvaro Carpe. Golden trophy for golden young talent from Malaysia. The chairman of the board here at the Brno circuit presents the trophy. The dream for Hakim is realised in Czechia today.
The newest and the 61st different winner in the Moto3 World Championship goes by the name of Hakim Danish. What a moment for the Malaysian, a decade after Khalid Ampawi's success in the German Grand Prix at the Sachsenring back in 2016. Almost 190 races without a success for Malaysia. Their new star in the making, their new hero Hakim, has got the job done here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. A day, 16 laps that young man is never going to forget. He wins out by just under half a second over Brian Uriarte. He had some drama on that last lap, didn't he? Went up Horsepower Hill on the grass wide open in 6th gear. Look at those end goes Mark Chopper's 17th podium in just 27 Grand Prix starts. Does increase his World Championship lead, but it's Danish, your winner here in Brunei.
For the Muslim country, of course, Hakim Danish, if you're wondering why he wasn't spraying the Prosecco on the podium. Danish, your Czech Grand Prix winner. Brian Uriarte, brave on the final lap, and rewarded with second. Max Quiles making, I guess, an error, you could call it, on the final lap when he tagged Uriarte. Third for him. Almanza, Pratamek and Carpe completing that entertaining top six. Morelli coming through from 17th to 7th, ahead of Kelso, Ogden, Peroni. Batelli got points ahead of Cruces, Marcos Uriarte. Adrian Fernandez did pick up a couple of points in the end, and a tough day for him. And Ryusei Yamanaka, teammate to Danish, taking the final World Championship point. Well, it was only third by his high standards, Max Quiles, but that was still enough for him to extend his World Championship lead up to 65 points. Brian Uriarte moves up 2 spots today, ahead of Almanza and Morelli into third. Pratama stays 6th. Danish up into 7th. He climbs 3 places after his victory today. Adrian Cruces also up a place in the World Championship after he finished 12th today. That lifted him up ahead of Joel Esteban. Constructor standings with another victory for KTM today. Top Honda was Vader Fatama in 5th, so KTM's lead is now exactly 100 points. And as far as the team's concerned, CF Moto Gaviota Aspar have a 59-point lead now. Their only realistic rival is Red Bull KTM Aya. Highlights time. David Almanza and Max Quiles, the 2-3 race favourites, as they started together on the front row of the grid. But our eyes were certainly drawn to a couple of hard chargers further back, Danish and Pratama, as they sought to recover from their 12th place grid penalties. Adrian Fernandez, a big early mover, but he moved up from 10th to the top 6. Group of 6 were initially pulling away. That was contact, which ultimately took Joel Esteban on a painful journey out of the Grand Prix. The 2 hard chargers, Danish and Pratama, joined the leading action. Casey O'Gorman, another rookie, was involved until he high-sided coming out of turn 9. Left us with 6 away at the front. Edged by Quiles. Side by side with David Almanza, the 2 Red Bull KTM IO teammates also making their presence felt. Uriarte and Carpe getting stuck in. As we came onto the final lap, it was Uriarte who hit the front as Quiles was relegated from 1st down to 3rd in turn 1. Contact though through 9 was ultimately the costly blow for Quiles as he dropped to 3rd place. all sorts of mayhem unfolding up Horsepower Hill on the run to the final corner. Parfait having to check up. That cost him 5th place. Almanza beaten into 3rd by Max Gilles. 2nd for Brian Uriarte. But your victory today, the first for Malaysia in 10 long years. The winner of the Czech Grand Prix is Pete Danic.
Over 200 kilometres away from Prague, MotoGP's intention until the summer break is back in business at breathtaking Brno, featuring George Oppenheim's race in the heart of lush green woodland. Valentino Rossi won his first Grand Prix here almost 30 years ago. The new generation though on our brace for battle in Brno. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to what is a very warm Grand Prix of Czechia. We are at the Adrenaline Factory in Brno for our Chapter 9 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Already so many major talking points in MotoGP coming into this 9th Grand Prix of the campaign. The biggest of those stories was a big one, massive implications for the World Championship with the summer break looming, because in the upcoming 21 lap race in the top class, we'll be missing our top rider in the World Championship. Factory Aprilistar Marco Bezzecchi banned from today's action after he had a trackside altercation with a marshal after his crash out of contention of the top 5 in yesterday's Tissot sprint. Race day 9 in scorching hot conditions here in the Czech Republic. Has got off to a flyer, got off to a memorable start in Moto3. No spoilers here as we focus on Moto2, and there's so much focus, so much attention, all eyes in this part of the world on the rider you've just seen on screens, Filip Salac, the home crowd hero. A nation expects, doesn't it, for the 24-year-old Czech rider. He's going to be flying away from the front row, getting second place. He's 4th front row in the last 5, and he brings confidence, he brings momentum into this home battle. On the podium last time out in Hungary, his first podium in 33 Grand Prix since Japan in the table back in 2024. The longest he's ever been at the front of the Grand Prix, also last time out in Balaton Park. On that front row, squeezing between the two Aspar riders is Salac, qualifying yesterday, led by David Alonso. He's still got a podium, let alone a win so far in this year's Moto2 World Championship. Daniel Gardo, he goes from the front row of the grid as well. Matt Burt will still be in the comments box, talking you through all of the action over 18 laps coming your way in about 10-15 minutes time. Just a yard down in pit lane. A major story involving the MotoGP World Championship leader yesterday, and also one involving the Moto2 world title challenger Manu Gonzalez, Lewis, who expected to be starting his Grand Prix from 4th place on the grid. not so.
Yeah, excessively slow sectors in qualifying yesterday, and the punishment for that for Manu Gonzalez is 9 places on the grid from 4th place that he starts. So the World Championship leader, who is chasing a 4th consecutive Moto2 win today, something that only Tony Elliott and Chloe Abigail have previously done in Moto2 history, but he's got to go some from 13th on the grid, so potentially an opportunity today for Ethan Guevara and Celestino Vietti, who start 6th and 7th respectively, to close the gap on Gonzalez, and opportunities on the front row for David Alonso and Danny Holgado from Aspar, and of course home favourite Philip Salas to potentially cash in and challenge for victory. This was Gonzalez. It's not getting in the way of riders that's the problem, it's being excessively slow in that particular sector. His punishment is 9 places.
That's the reason why he found himself in hot water. That's why he finds himself in the heat of the mid-pack battle potentially early on here in Brno. First or second in the last 5 Grand Prix, Manuel Gonzalez has been. What a run of form he has produced of late. Top of times on first and four F-Mark VDS Racing. It's on June connects up 2 proven racing talents in this Moto2 category. They find themselves outside of the top 20 on the grid. There was certainly a memorable experience in the Grand Prix of Czechia here last July for Californian Joe Roberts, because he went on to win the Grand Prix from second on the grid. Joe Roberts at 10th place. Who will start? Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Yeah, bumped up onto the 3rd row of the grid as a result of that Manu Gonzalez penalty. Joe, I think it goes without saying you've got some amazing memories of this place. The big question, how are your chances of doing a repeat today?
It's always a chance, especially at this track. And like you said, I love this place and had a lot of great memories here. Times are close. You know, it's going to be one of those deals. You got to, I always say when the start of a race, look for the holes, you know, look for the gaps. So that's what I'll be doing.
Good luck today. Have fun.
All right, thank you.
They're looking for the gap to be slightly easier, because as Jack mentioned, he is 9th on the grid, up 1 place onto the 3rd row. Joe Roberts did win here last year, 3rd in 2020 with his first World Championship podium. He's gone through debut as well here back in 2017. So, as you mentioned, lots of very special memories here in Brno.
One of the gaps that might have hurt for him during the early stages is with Ivan Altola. This is the collision with Danny Munoz coming through a turn 3 at Balaton Park 2 weeks ago. And Altola's punishment for that is a long lap penalty. Shame for Altola, because he's actually been very quick over longer runs in practice earlier in the weekend. But if he's going to challenge from the podium, he's going to have to recover with an early long lap penalty. He starts 5th.
Yeah, a bit of collection of cover up for Altola. Not a frequent crash, really, back-to-back DNFs for the first time in his Grand Prix career. I thought the Spaniard. Bit of housekeeping to bring in. Fortunately, Barry Baltus here this weekend, the Belgian. Unconscious after crash at turn 13 in practice. Unfortunately, he's sidelined, and some ligament damage to his left shoulder as well. Now Alonso Lopez will cover off the Spaniard's absence very, very shortly. As we look at David Alonso, who will finally get the opportunity to lift far away in Moto2 from pole position. He's been here before in terms of qualifying fastest in Kota, but he didn't get to lead the third away on that occasion.
No, he had his tyre pressures inspected, and they found out that they weren't within the regulations, so he was disqualified from that Q2 session and had to start 18th. He was fast on Friday, though. In fact, fastest of all on Friday was David Alonso. So, given how strong he is at the end of races, it should concern his opposition that he starts from the front. But starting second, and second in every session, or no lower than second so far this weekend, is the home favourite, Philip Salas.
He has got massive support here this weekend. It's a partisan, passionate home crowd. No question, there are so many Czech flags, so many number 12 Salac flags stuffed all around this vast 5.4 kilometre Brno circuit. Front row of the grid then, for 21-year-old Spaniard Danny Holgado. It's his 4th front row start of the campaign. He's into double figures now in the Moto2 World Championship. Top 5 in the last 3 Grand Prix for Danny Holgado, who's certainly a championship contender. Will take profit of his teammate Manu Gonzalez's penalty. Moved up from 5th to 4th on the grid is Senna Aegis. Let's get the Aussies first for John.
Yeah, front to the 2nd row now for Senna. This looks like a really competitive race yet again in Moto2. How do you see it playing out, Senna?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. We've been there or thereabouts for a weekend, so yeah, happy to be here on the second row. It's a good starting position again, and yeah, just need to be consistent up there. It's hot. It'll be a long race, and I think there's the top four of us more or less have the same speed, so it'll be interesting at the end. So we just need to be really aggressive, but hold our position at the beginning, settle into the race, and then do what we always do at the end if I'm there.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Third in Balaton last time out with Senna Aegis. 3 podiums in the last 6 Grand Prix. Has seen him sit 4th in the World Championship. They're coming into this Grand Prix. Oh, the big wheel in action, and we're hoping some big battles coming up here in Brno.
So Guevara a moment ago, 6th place on the grid. He is the top Oscar scorer rider on the grid. The rider 2nd and 3rd in the World Championship, 6th and 7th. Guevara and Vietti, Senna Aegis, who we just heard from, we're now looking at. He's of course 4th in the World Championship, so each of those 3 must surely be looking at today as a big opportunity to try and halt this Manu Gonzalez momentum.
Top 6 in every session so far this season, Aegis, and once again his name is being very strongly linked with possible MotoGP seats in 2027 for the new 850cc era. KTM are monitoring Aegis' progress very closely. Keeping a close eye on the progress in this upcoming Czech Grand Prix. Will be KTM star Pedro Acosta. Very close friends with Alex Screech. So he goes from 8th place on the grid for Ford Racing. Qualified top 10 in 6 of 9 Grand Prix as Alex Screech. But unfortunately, he's not tripled the points scoring places in any of the last 4 since he was top 10 9th on the line of the Spanish Grand Prix here.
Possible first the 2023 World Champion. Here is Celestino Vietti then, from the 7th on the grid, succeeding where he failed in the last couple of Saturday qualifying sessions, but he crashed in each of them back in Mugello and in Hungary and started outside the top 10. He goes from 7th here today. Did have some technical problems right at the start of the weekend on Friday morning, but he has quickly recovered from that. He'll be looking to move forwards from the front of row 3.
He's got speed and building a championship charge. Cruz got the consistency as well, the 24-year-old Italian. Top 10s in all 8 Grand Prix so far this season. He's been the points scoring places now, 11 successive Grand Prix. There was the Czech adrenaline factor. Let's quickly go back down to Jack and get the thoughts of Ivan Guevara.
Yeah, one of the key championship contenders. Now onto the second row of the grid with Manu Gonzalez. Importantly, further back, Ethan, this feels like another big race in his World Championship fight. How do you feel ahead of it?
Well, the feeling during the weekend was the best because it's too hot conditions and I don't possible drive my bike in the best performance, but I'm so happy because I start in P6. I try to push with the front group for a good opportunity to the last lap for take a podium, but it's time to push for try to recover points. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to the 21-year-old Spaniard, the only Oscar scorer race winner so far in our 2026 campaign. Of course, the Spaniard, we should mention Alonso Lopez out. He arrived here in Brno, troubled by a right-hand injury after a training crash previous weekend. He was later diagnosed with 2 fractures. He's already for a big Prix or home race booth. He's on for Van den Gorberg. The 20-year-old was from the Netherlands, his best qualifying since he was on the front row in Balaton Park last summer. So the perfect time for Van den Gorberg to maybe challenge for the top 10. So he gets set to perform in front of over 100,000 passionate home fans in Assen next weekend. And traditional end of June slot for the Dutch fans and what's been a very busy June. 3 Grand Prix in the month of June before we wind down slightly. With an easier period with just 1 race in July. Grand Prix in August. Colin Vire then, the 2 Dutch riders next to each other on the grid. Vire finding himself starting outside the top 10 for the first time since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang last year.
All riders on the same tyre combination, soft foot, except for Jose Antonio Rueda, who's on the medium.
2 Aspire riders then on the front row of the grid. Third quickest yesterday in qualifying was Danny Holgado. The Czech fans, though, are expecting and almost demanding the win here. I thought Philip Sarch. He's second on the grid But it's David Alonso, former Moto3 World Champion for the first time in his career, firing away from pole here in Brno.
The nation expects. Can Philip Salax send the Czech fans home happy? David Alonso starts in his first official Moto2 pole ahead of Philip Salax, the home hero. He has been out of the top two in any session this weekend. Danny Holgado completes the front row. Senna Rage is promoted to fourth in the grid by his teammate penalty. Ivan Artola has a long lap from fifth, and Ethan Cavaro, the top Oscar scorer, is sixth. Celestino Vietti, Alexis Screech, and last year's winner Joe Roberts on row 3, ahead of Zonta van den Gorberg, his best qualifying of the year so far, ahead of Colin Bayer, and a first Q2 appearance in this class for Tayo Ferrasato. Manu Gonzalez, the points leader, drops from 4th to 13th on the grid, ahead of Daniel Munoz and Jose Mourinho, who's crashed twice this weekend. Sasaki, Lanetta, and Huertas in the 6th row, ahead of Angel Figueras, his first Moto2 start since Austin. Tony Arbino and Benison Chu, 2 Moto2 winners alongside him, ahead of another in Aaron Jeanette. Milan Pavelec next up in 23rd, he's in for Alonso Lopez, ahead of Alberto Ferrandez, Jacob Ralston, Xavi Zurutusa, and Sergio Garcia, who also takes a 9th place for penalty. 27 starts with Barry Valtzers after injury.
18 laps then coming your way in baking hot conditions here in Brno. Manuel Gonzalez with himself a tough task, a big ask to get himself back on the top step of the podium. Found himself back down on the grid after his club yesterday from 4th to 13th. Whatever happens over here this afternoon, he will still be the Moto2 World Championship leader. As we head to Aston next weekend, more than likely he will head out of Aston as well with the World Championship leader. Massive 49.5 points. He is clear of the pursuing pack. Ethan Guevara, his closest championship rival. It will be some performance, some ride for Manuel Gonzalez to make it 4 wins on the spin. Fellow Spaniards Tony Elias and Fermi Aldeguer. Those two were the previous others that have won 4 in the trot in the Moto2 World Championship. We're back in our first ever Moto2 campaign for Elias in 2010, receiving on Tom Prix capture. It'll be a Northern Moto2 prize. Ethan Guevara now bumped up onto the second row in 6th place. Can he use that to his advantage? David Alonso though, coming to the head of the grid. So 6th in the World Championship. I don't think any of us expected to be launching off in round 9 with Alonso still not only winless so far this season, but still without a top 3 to his name. Got a great chance here, despite the fact that seconds actually fired in that 157.718 take pole position by a big margin this day, only within 2/10 of a second of Alonso. Tipped into the very next corner, turn 1 on his next lap, and he was in the gravel trap, wasn't he?
Starts and early laps have been a bit of a weakness for Alonso though in recent Grand Prix. He's not always the best on new tyres, although that has changed a bit with his qualifying form this weekend, but Salax and Holgado will likely attack the Colombian as early as they can.
So the riders come under starters' orders. Glorious sunshine, clear blue skies, clear tarmac ahead of David Alonso for the time being as he comes to pole position for this 18-lap Grand Prix of Czechia, Moto2. Senna Rage leading that second row of the grid in 4th place. Already victorious himself so far in 2026. Keep an eye there, Manuel Gonzalez with the 13th. We see on the right every feature. Right down the racing in Moto2 here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Alonso has nailed that start. Look at Ivan Artola carrying his way through. And then the second Artola might get the whole shot here. Alonso dropped across his nose. Artola throwing. He did have a long lap penalty serve, I don't think, the Spaniard. Joe Roberts looks like he's going to particularly go 2 as well from 9. But Alonso leads.
Great start there for the home hero Salax. He's down to 5th. Guevara, always a fast starter. He's now up into 4th place. So big progress from him. Vietti also on the attack. He's coming at the inside now of Salax.
Gonzalez looks like he's just on the rear tyre of the screens coming into turn 3. Yeah, there he is on the number 18, but has he made any significant progress from that 13th place which he started this Grand Prix?
That was up to 11th.
Munoz has got a bit of an issue there as he's coming through that first stage. You've seen the 17 guy going the wrong way as Vietti goes on the inside of Salax.
This was 6th place, so a damaging first lap. 4 places already lost, and he's trying hard not to lose a 5th. With the number 12 coming into the stable section where he has so much support. Manuel Gonzalez has gained another place in the second sector. He's now into the top 10.
fourth front left side has 5 Grand Prix for Salas. On this occasion though, unlike Balaton, he's not really been able to capitalise on that strong Saturday, has he?
If you'd asked David Alonso before this Grand Prix began, what would be your dream scenario on the first lap of this Grand Prix? It would be to lead the race and have Ivan Ortola, the rider who has a long lap penalty coming up in the next 2 or 3 laps or so, as the only rider on your rear tyre. Holgado runs third ahead of Guevara fourth, but Alonso, essentially, his advantage over the next rider without a penalty is 6/10 back to Holgado.
Gonzalez has quickly dispensed with the threat of the squeeze. And straight away he's streaking away from the forward racing rider behind him. So Gonzalez then into the top 10. You're just seeing there a movie picture as they drop anchor for this turn 13. So Gonzalez already up 3 places on that one.
He just looked like he was lining up a move potentially on Ethan Guevara. They're battling for 4th and 5th place. He just had not put that move come though, so he stays in 5th. Lap 1 completed then. David Alonso leads the Czech Grand Prix, and generally so strong in the latter stages. So have his rivals missed their best opportunity?
So Gonzalez on the line is 2 seconds. You can never go over 2 seconds behind Alonso. Plenty of time, of course. 70 laps to work his way back into podium contention. Oh, it's a squeeze is going the wrong way once again. He's just been picked up by Jose Antonio Rueda. I saw a squeeze has already gone down 4 or 5 places very early on in this Grand Prix, having started in the top 10 and strongly qualifying again. As we get on the inside of Joe Roberts, those two have had a battle royale already so far.
And Gonzalez has got that much behind him too. He took that into turn 3, so Gonzalez now runs in 9th place.
A little bit of delay being made here at the front by Alonso and Ortola. We'll see there Holgado in a strong 3rd place, but not strong enough right now to match the pace of the two directly ahead of him. He's got Ethan Guevara to come in directly behind him. Once again, Guevara leading the Bosch to score a challenge.
Ortola not yet obligated to serve his one-lap penalty. They generally wait at least a lap before they put that message on the tiny screens, and on his dashboard that has yet to appear. So from when that moment arrives, Ortola will then have 3 laps to serve the penalty.
Terrible, right? Blown off into the distance, thankfully not so causing any bother for any of the riders as they charge down towards the transport of A. Just looking a little bit hot, he's been able to pick up a late apex there. That has the Aussie. Into 11 we go then. Lap 2 of 18. There is Aegis just ahead of the home hero Philip Salach. They're 5th and 6th respectively on the road right now.
You can see now on the left-hand side of your screen that the one-lap penalty indicator has now appeared next to Ivan Ortola, so he does now have 3 laps passed to serve that long lap, and once he does, he will jump out of the way, jump out of that gap between the 2 Aspar riders, which is going to be approaching a second now, with Alonso and Ortola pulling clear.
We saw the time record, so it's going to be on board with the world champion Manu Gonzalez as he tried to claw his way back into contention. He's now up into 8th place. He's now got a 3 on Joe Roberts. This has been similarly charged by Gonzalez. He's now 2.5 seconds low behind Alonso. He tries to work his way through some rush hour traffic. Ortola's the fastest rider on circuit at the moment in 2nd place with a 1:58.7. And Jorge Martini appeared in calculating as he faces 2 long laps in the upcoming MotoGP race. That's 1.6, 1.7 seconds is what he has been losing. So Ortola potentially will be slotting himself back into sort of 7th or 8th place.
That gap is starting to open up between Salach and Vietti, but you can just see the top of the picture. I think that's the gap he might be looking to try and slot himself into. And while Alonso is setting such a fast pace at the front in the high 58s, it's in Ortola's interest to wait as long as possible to let this field stretch out before he has to jump in the long penalty, which is just at the bottom of the picture.
There's been a 58 race that's been produced here in the now. Holgado is wide on the green now. Holgado is wide on the green on the outside, and that's what's allowed Guevara to come through. Now made a right massive exit of turn 7. So Guevara moves up into P3. Ortola still not taken the long lap, which he has 3 laps to serve. And now it's got 4 sequence of corners this for Holgado, trying to find a way back to an Aegis, and so briefly lost that 4th place.
Punishing mistake as Aegis is going to try and attack again into turn 11 and 12. Doesn't find a way through. He's only about a Pirelli tyres width wide, but that was all it took for Guevara to snaffle up that opportunity. Can he now pull away from Holgado and potentially ruin the top 2?
When you take Ortola out of the equation with his looming long lap, Alonso will be about a second clear of the chasing tap. That's not a badly with breathing, is it? Yeah, Holgado is just going to get it wrong on the exit of 7. runs out onto the paintwork there on the green almost, where the track is, and that's what allowed Guevara to get through into turn 8.
While we're watching this, I saw the move shaping up just some cutaway. Aegis has passed Holgado, and now Philip Salac has passed Danny Holgado, who's trying to fight a good fight there, but he's in danger of losing 3 places in the shape of half a lap. Salac in 6th place and keen to get a move on because, of course, any hope of a home victory is disappearing up the road.
And Holgado second a bit around here, isn't he? Not got the pace they managed to get away at the front. We're looking again on board the left-hand side of the screen with Manuel Gonzalez, who's now got G and Celestino Vietti. And so now Gonzalez up into 8th place, yeah, up into 8th now, and 7th.
Yep, 7th past Vietti, and now Salac, who's going to be the next rider up the road for him. Still trying to have a look at Danny Holgado. This time it's Aegis going wide, but that'll give him a good look. Turn 6, that's coming up. Here comes Ivan Ortola into the long lap, and he's going to drop in right into that group, isn't he? That battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th as the special squad for Brady face side by side with Guevara. He may just hang on to 2nd place.
Didn't go on the green, didn't choose to go on the green, but he did. We might have clear direction. We cannot use the green on the exit of the long lap penalty. You can see how he was desperately trying to wrestle the bike to keep it on the curve. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on that one because that a legal long lap for Ortola.
Yeah, that will be considered track against the long lap penalty complete. It's just come up on our tiny screens. It wasn't the easiest camera angle to see it, was it? But clearly Ortola managed the margins perfectly, and he does hold on to that 2nd place.
Also, the long lap was over. That could be through the latter part of it. So what that has meant then is puts Alonso then over a 2.5 clear of anybody else on circuit. There he is in the top left-hand corner of the screens in a race of 1 at the moment as he moves on course to win for the first time in 2026. Gonzalez still in 7th, 2.6 seconds back of your race leader. So 1.3 seconds is the lead for Alonso. Ortola's brilliant. A long lap, we've seen him slot back in to 2nd. He lost time but no track position.
Lost 1.2 seconds coming through that long lap. He did a 2.002. There were riders on the field. There were riders, for instance, like Lunetta, Puertas, Piqueras and others behind who were still slower than Ortola on the last lap, and they weren't serving long lap penalties.
Via and busy in 10th place. He just put his best up at the Grand Prix on 1:59.6. That's putting right on the rear tyre of 2025 Czech Grand Prix winner Joe Roberts. Nothing going at the moment for the home fans. Nothing really going at the moment for Philip Salac. He's in the big pressure here as well for the World Championship leader Manuel Gonzalez. Can't find his way through. Down here into 5. Holgado standing firm in front of the Czech rider.
Salac's got 2.5 seconds off the lead. Gonzalez going very quickly though in 7th. Passing Vietti on that last lap doing 59.1. Only Alonso on the racetrack at the moment is faster than Manuel Gonzalez. So Gonzalez stays patient and plays his cards right. There's still a touch of podium once again. That's the 2nd time now Holgado was wide coming out of 7th. And again it cost him a place, this time to Salac.
Yeah, and losing all of momentum. It means now through that flip-flop of 8 and 9 on the exit through 9 he was wide. And that allowed Gonzalez to pounce and come on through. So yeah, Holgado's, it's not a magnificent turn number 17, is it today?
Ortola just picked up exactly where he left off pre-long lap penalty. He's taken a 1/4 second already out of Alonso. He's got the gap back down to under 1 second again. So Ortola has immediately dropped Guevara again, and he's racing back after Alonso.
Well, he's turning that negative of the instant with Danny Munoz in Balleton was getting on back into a real positive here, isn't he? Channeling all that energy, all that anger into potentially a victory fight. It's still a good one for Alonso. He's going to have this one coming off. We've still got a long way to go here in punishing hot conditions, which are going to test those Pirelli tyres to absolute max. I'm going to get Ortola has got his rhythm back brilliantly. A 1:58.636 from the number 4. And absolutely no race, down 6/10 of a second on Alonso. The gap now just under 8/10.
A word of slight caution, I guess, if you think through some of Ortola's recent outings. Mugello before he ran out of gas, and the race before that in Barcelona. Ortola has punished his tyres in recent Grand Prix. In both of those 2 races I mentioned, he faded dramatically in the latter stages. I guess given the penalty that he served, Ortola's been left with no choice but to just use up some of his Pirelli rubber a bit, just to clear away from Guevara in 3rd, but also try to get himself back up to terms with Alonso.
18th per second inside the previous Moto2 race record. Here was Ivan Ortola on that last lap. Game on for the battle here in the night. Everybody go with Ortola. Guevara desperately coming on there in 3rd place. He's trying to go there to ahead. He's putting the 58s himself, dragging Aegis along for the ride as well.
Gonzalez is doing low 59s, 14 was busy passing Holgado on the last lap. He's just got behind Philip Salak, so Manuel Gonzalez at the moment on for 10 points, on for 6th place. Guevara, his nearest championship rival, would score 16 for 3rd, so that would close the gap down to 43.5 World Championship points. Still an awful long way to go. We're just coming up to 1/3 race distance.
This gap is coming down. You can see on screen there the graphic is getting under half a second very, very quickly. Unless Alonso can do something about this. What a charge this has been.
So we've not got any information on the screen based on this the number, because it does say long lap penalty complete on our dashboard. That's what I think they were trying to show us. The info to Ortola, the lap times that David Alonso is doing. Ortola will know what kind of pace that Alonso's doing now, because he's getting ever closer up in front of him.
It's the longest that David Alonso has been in the front of the Moto2 race. Previously, he's two of the time that running record one lap. Over long ago then, the gap's down to just under 4th of a second. Salach now is the fastest rider on circuit. Some lap time that by Salach, a 1:58.590. That was 4 tenths quicker than Aegis directly ahead of Aegis. Cannot find the way through, can he? On Guevara, once again, the standout rider for Boscoscuro. He might have to get busy here very quickly, Aegis, because Salach is building that pressure behind him.
Yeah, we've also got Aegis ahead of him and Gonzalez behind, also in the 1:58. Holgado is having a miserable afternoon at the moment. He's doing 59.5s at the moment. He's a second a lot slower than Salach immediately up ahead, and he's now putting under pressure from Celestino Vietti.
Further down the order, Bias 10th, Reda up in 11th place. There's Daniel Spandenborg there. Sato, will be looking impressive once again. It's a shock at the moment for Alpine VBS. 122nd, Arcanet 24. They are having a thoroughly miserable Czech Grand Prix. Not so at the moment for Ortola, who has now closed right in on the rear tyre of Alonso. Surely a move's coming very, very quickly. Guevara desperately trying to fend off this charge from Aegis and Salah directly behind him. But look at Ortola now. He's within striking distance of Alonso.
Interesting point worth making here. Alonso said after Hungary, the phase of the race where I feel I'm struggling most is sort of lap 5 to lap 10, and then once the tyre starts to drop off and wear, everyone starts to struggle for grip and scramble around, that's when Alonso finds that he's able to manage it and comes into his own. At the moment we are on lap 7 of 18, so is this the phase of the race where Alonso could be vulnerable?
Not with any sort of significant stride back to Salach and Aegis from Manuel Gonzalez. At the moment, we're stuck in a ride alone in 6th place. The top 6 would be some damage limitation mission, having started down in 13th spot. So Alonso then, with serious close company behind him from Ortola. The gap now down is to under 2 tenths of a second.
Rider on track once again was Philip Salach. On that last lap is the only rider now in the 1:58, so 1:58.935. We've got a really tight group up there. We've got the leading pair, and then we've got this 3-way fight for 3rd place. Guevara, Aegis and Salach. Salach can clear those two up ahead of him. He looks like he's got them some pace to potentially join this leading battle.
Oh, Japan Joust, who is back in the political places, is back in the hands of Phil Sato. He's just taken 14th away from compatriot Sasaki, just outside of political places right now. Is Tony Arbolino, who dropped down the hill then. Alonso, he's been at the foot of this Grand Prix, the 61st first corner. This is now tapping into the downhill right-hander of turn 5 into the stadium section now, where there's going to be a massive roar. And then we catch a glimpse of Philip Salach, who is just starting to tell that pressure against going on the ball and Aegis.
Aegis is having a look at the inside there of Guevara. It has to be a big full lunge up the inside to get through into turn 7. Of course, Alonso and Ortola, they fought for many a Moto3 battle in the past. Many of them, of course, were won by Alonso over the years. Alonso, though, just that solitary Moto2 victory in Hungary last year. This would be some story over Ortola, wouldn't it? Even with what is perhaps a short by normal standards long lap penalty, to recover from that victory would be some going.
That's right at turn 8. The sound of the main tumbling down the time tower on the left-hand side of your picture of Canet. Well, Aaron Canet is having an absolute nightmare at the moment for Mark VDS on that Boscoscuro chassis. He was out on the first lap of the last 2 Grand Prix in Mugello and Balaton. We got to lap 8 of 18 here in Brno, and unfortunately crashing nearly down in 23rd place. That cannot wait for the summer break. He needs a major reset, doesn't he?
Add to his misery, this afternoon he was battling with Milan Pavel, actually seemingly replacement down in 22nd place, which sums up his afternoon. No disrespect to Pavel, who of course early starting this weekend on Saturday. Salah having a very close look once again at Senna Agius. There's not necessarily panic stations at this stage for Salah in terms of a home victory. He's 1.4 seconds off the race lead in 5th place. It's going to be a bit of a chess match this. Who's been able to just keep some rubber left on their Pirelli tyres, and who will be in the best position to attack in those closing laps? We're coming up to half distance.
Robert should be picking off that Holgado potentially very quickly. So too will Vietti. Holgado climbing 59. Stuart Roberts in the last lap in 9th place for 6/10 quicker than Vietti directly ahead of him. So he could be picking up a couple of places. They're looking for 7th place. And Gonzalez at one stage in this Grand Prix was about 2.6 seconds was that highest margin between himself and Fabio Alonso. So that has come down by half a second, down to just over 2 seconds.
Guevara's gently bringing this podium chasing trio up towards the top two. Guevara did a 59.1 in the last lap. He was a fraction faster than the pair immediately up ahead of him. Alonso did a 159.2. So this is very much still a 5-away fight for victory. Gonzalez, as you mentioned, just a little bit of a lonely sit. Whether he's just sitting there at the moment, saving something for later on, or whether that's the pace he's got. Gonzalez at the moment unable to move forward from P6.
It's been doing so equal performance-wise in Moto2 with the same 3 runners. Specky, CU, of course, the same Triumph 765 CC3 similar engine. It's sort of that's keeping this battle close between Guevara, Agius and Salas. They've sort of held space, haven't they, now for a good 2 or 3 laps. Brady's able to find that little bit of extra time just to get close to make a clean touch. You see how hard Guevara's pushing the front of there, going through turn 13. Weeks ago, we have been head and shoulders the best Oscar scorer here in Brno. That gap between Alonso and Ortola still being held at just over a 10th and a half. Guevara 6/10 behind Ortola in 3rd.
And once again, Guevara just nipped away, just nibbled a couple of tenths back on the group up ahead of him. He's still under intense pressure, as you can see from Senna Agius, but that Oscar scorer with Guevara on top is very quick in a straight line. Senna Agius often suffers in a straight line, given he's one of the taller riders in this Moto2 field, so this is going to be a difficult move for Agius to make.
Not by much, but nevertheless, Agius on that last lap was the fastest rider in the top 6. Riding on board with him now, he's going to be sick of the sights of Guevara's rear tyre. When will he feel like it's going to be his moment to find a way through? Salah is also trying to solve the particular puzzle that's been posing for him for a good number of laps now. Big close north to off anything to Agius or Guevara ahead of him. No sort of immediate pressure, looking to seriously worry him with Gonzalez about 9/10 behind him in 6th.
It's not just the Vietti and Roberts that Guevara's got away down in 7th place. The Red Bull KTM Aero pair are also now on the back of that train. Bayer runs 10th, and Jose Antonio Rueda, who's might be the only rider in the race who's on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else is on the soft rear. Rueda is now on the fringes of the top 10.
As you can see, those got the track limits warning to think about as we slip into the second half of this Grand Prix of Czechia in Moto2. This has been a class ride by both Alonso and Ortola. Just looks like, isn't it, visibly that maybe Guevara is just starting to maybe creep his way back towards that top duo ahead of him. As they launch themselves up in the top gear, horsepower will come over the blind place and then brake hard for this left-hander, final left-hander, turn 13. Alonso still there. I've not seen anybody else's rear tyre in this Grand Prix. Over the line we go to start lap 11 of 18. But that is the closest the gap has been. Ortola just into the inside line. Happy to stay in second.
But it's suggestion earlier this season, it was Senna Agius that made it. I think this was back at Mugello when he said that the Bosch Scorer potentially is kinder on its tyres than the Kellex. If that proves to be the case here, then Guevara might yet still be in good shape in the last stages in 3rd place, but he's got to keep Senna Agius behind him. Once again, Agius lining up, but once he gets in the slipstream of that Bosch Scorer, he can do nothing with it.
Daniel Gonzalez is running a really impressive fast pace, but I think 59.4 on the last lap. You can see there's like a carrot being dangled in front of him before the podium battle, but those 3 riders ahead of him, Guevara, Agius and Salah, They're just that slightly faster, not by much at all. So Gonzalo just cannot get his claws into this top 5 battle with Guevara and Aegis. Oh, that's lovely, Aegis. That's going to be tight. So that's going to be the big winner. Much big winner here. The crowd in the grandstand in front of our commentary box, well, they're going nuts because the aggression of Aegis lifting up Guevara in turn 7 cost them both. Sartre said thank you very much, and he now moves up into 3rd.
I really pleased with that. He basically got elbowed out of the way. I think it was a legitimate move on the limit from Senna Aegis, of course the teammate to the Guevara's title rival Manu Gonzalez. Aegis will feel he's a title challenger himself. The top 2 in the point situation are now running 5th and 6th. Great protector about to help his knee there, but Senna just has tumbled. I did see something tumbling down the road a few laps ago. I thought we were going to see a replay of the battle between Aegis. You can see there on his right knee, it's gone missing. Clearly not slowing him down though.
That's crucial to allow to see what an impact that has on his pace and his speed, because of course you use the knee slide as just a reference of where you're at. If he keeps doing that in this Grand Prix, there's going to be not much of that leather protection left. Over the line we go then, the crowd on their feet, the crowd roaring Salah to potentially victory here in front of the passionate below fans. Over the line he was in 3rd place, he's just under 9/10 of a second behind Alonso, who is still holding off Ortola.
Apparently Aegis has taken 3rd. That's certainly what we're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen. There they look side by side. Aegis attacking, or now defending from Salah, having taken, coming into turn 1. He went through on Salah. This is a key moment here for Salah to keep this pair behind him and get to tarmac. He put in a 59.1. He was the fastest rider on track. As soon as he got into 3rd place and then extra tarmac got up ahead of him, he was the fastest rider on circuit.
These right-handers are now different proposition for Aegis. Without the knee slider, you can just see him there. He's trying to, he's dragging his knee on the ground. He's doing a brilliant job at the moment, keeping himself in this battle. He's right here over at turn 7, where he properly picked up Guevara, the riding ball now in the stadium section. You can see a little bit further away. They took him into left-hander at 8. Ortola's still there in 2nd behind Alonso. Has not been close enough to show Alonso his front wheel yet.
Surely this is the day of all days where Philip Sartre is going to be going absolutely all in for this. He's never won a Grand Prix in any class. Didn't win in Moto 3 and yet to win in Moto 2 in front of a passionate home crowd. Salah will be giving absolutely everything and beyond to try and chase that first victory.
Here's Gonzalez on the world champs lead into 11th. He goes. He's not out of this. The problem is he's been sort of stuck around that 2-second, 2.5-second barrier right from the very first lap. Superform picked up 3 places on the first lap. No massive damage being done to his championship right now. 1 point he will be losing, 49.5 down to 48.5. And so he will know more than likely by any collapse going for some they can lead it after Saxonry.
Sartre is really closing this down on this lap. 59.4 for the leader, 59.1 for the 2nd lap in a row. Remember we started this lap defending from Senna Aegis. Salah has very much got his claws in, the top 2 up ahead.
We're going to go all in here. Salah another championship contender. He's going to be thinking, well, it's the old cliche, win it or bin it. He's there on the only American racing machine, then charging now towards turn 3. Alonso still leading, just looking a little bit hot there going into 3. Nothing else to allow Ortola to sweep on through.
Gonzalo's got a 59.3 on the last lap. He was also faster than the leader. In fact, he was the 2nd fastest rider on the track last time around was Gonzalo's. Just under 2 seconds now off the race leaders. This group now starts to close all up together.
It's going to be a heck of a party in downtown Brno tonight if Philip Salah wins his home Grand Prix. I mean, he is right there now. He is never, ever going to get a bigger chance, a bigger opportunity to claim what would not be just his first victory, but a brilliant in front of the home crowd as well. This would be the icing, the cherry on the top of the cake for Salah as they power them out of the change directions through turns 8 and 9. Salah closing up on Ortola, not close enough though to attack the Spaniard into the Schwantz corner.
Within a lap and a half, he's completely dropped Aegis to the tune of 1/3 of a second. Aegis has got about a half-second back to Guevara. Alonso is not exactly setting a slow pace at the front, still in the low to mid 159s. Is Alonso managing, or is he as fast as he could possibly go? And does Ortola have an answer up ahead? Of course, Ortola now has another rider to occupy his mind. He can't just think about attack now, he's also got to think of defence.
What was going through the mind right now of Sarach in third place? He can see the win, he can see the lead, just what metres ahead of him. The top three power out of the final corner. We're about to start lap 14 of 18 here in Brno. War of their own, Sarach right in the victory hunt here. Once again, Ortola just threatens to ease alongside Alonso in the braking zone. Alonso though showing how good he is on the front end of that Calyx machine. Alonso still leading.
Third lap in a row of Philip Sarach with the fastest rider on circuit. Is he going to attack Ivan Ortola? He shows a front wheel to Ortola. Ortola busy looking at the front at David Alonso. Sarach, is he going to just see what develops up ahead and then make a move, or is he just going to grab the bull by the horns and go for this?
About losing points to Guevara in the championship battle. Gonzalez rolling to gain points, gain more ground at the top of the standings because he's closing right in on Guevara. Roberts has finally got through on Vietti. So last year's Czech Grand Prix has moved up into 8th place, about 6.5 tenths behind Holgado.
The deceptive different line there people are taking. That wasn't Sarach, I don't think, having a dive at the inside of Ivan Ortola, although we have seen that successfully done by Celeregis early in the race on Ivan Guevara, who is now coming under that greater pressure from Manu Gonzalez. It looks like it's a three-way, maybe a four-way battle if Aegis can just close that gap. Guevara looks like he's fading from this leading battle.
Holgado's going to get a little breather because Vietti has once again got back through on Roberts, so in that particular struggle for 8th place will just allow Holgado to relax ever so slightly. Sarach once again chasing much trust and confidence in the front end of that grey tyre. What can he do though? Alonso up horsepower hill, Ortola, who for his rear tyre now since he came out of that long lap penalty route, has not as yet made his move.
Alonso won't get finish line phobia here, of course. A Moto3 World Champion, record breaker in the lightweight class. He knows what it takes to win Grand Prix, and he's not going to get nervous or get spooked here. But does he have the pace? Does he have the equipment out to stages to hold up Ortola and hold off Sarach?
Just thinking at the top of the picture, I think Aegis made a real hash of the turn 13. Ortola then does decide this is his moment. Alonso though hugs the inside line tight on the curve. Aegis made a mistake going into turn 13 at the end of that last lap. He was back in the 2.00. And that's allowed Guevara and Gonzalez to jump back all over the Aussie's rear tyre. A brief experience, but he was at the front of this Grand Prix for all of what, 20-30 metres. Ortola made one move, but he wasn't able to make a stick. This time round he goes for it again at 3, 3 and 4.
The element of surprise this time on David Alonso, who's going to cut the tighter inside line as Ortola tries to sweep across to try and block the move. Don't pull in front of Sarach. Alonso does manage to find a way back up the inside. Sarach just waiting for an opportunity to open up ahead of it.
Yeah, waiting to maybe pick up some pieces here. Alonso then back at the front. There is Ortola running to the rear tyre of Colombian as they go through 7. We'll see in the background now on the scorched glass on the hillsides. Everybody singing themselves hoarse, trying to egg on Philip Sarach to a fairy tale home to success. 3.5 laps to go here in Brno. He's firmly in the game.
Ortola out on the green there. He might yet get a track limits warning very, very shortly. If he then doesn't heed that warning, he might be back in the long lap penalty loop. He's though wide, nearly ran into the back there of Alonso. As he breaks for the Schwartz curve, but he's able to cut a tight late apex. We've got 2 3-way battles here. That error at the end of the previous lap from Aegis has now dropped him back towards Guevara. So we've got Guevara in an intact sandwich, 4th, 5th and 6th. And this 3-way battle now for victory.
Ortola just got sucked in there, then he a little bit of clear air behind Alonso on that run down. A real good steep descent down into turn 10. So
He's a little pocket up half of laps that drop this group back into the 2 minutes again. 2.0.0 for each of the top 3. The trio behind them were all in the 59, so any more of that, and that trio chasing might yet get themselves back into the action.
Could be the first top 10 in Moto2 for reigning Moto3 World Champion Jose Antonio Rueda. He's having a class ride despite the track from this morning. He is intense for the moment. He's got through on Colin Via. Exactly having a big build-up to returning Grand Prix in Essen next weekend. 2.5 laps remaining then here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. And it is still the Czech hero, Filip Salac, with a big part to play in the outcome of his home Grand Prix. Alonso and Ortola still directly ahead of him. Salac just losing a little bit of ground on this lap.
There's David Alonso just settling things down again at the front of the race as Ortola closes in through the left-hander of 8. This is now through 9. He's already had a dip into turn 1. He then had to go into turn 4. There are plenty of overtaking opportunities for Ortola to try and figure this one out.
And the 4-time winner in Moto3 wasn't even Ortola, but he has not won since the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in 2024. He's given himself a cracking chance here of winning in Brno. Oh, there's Gonzalez sitting out to
contact. Guevara went wide into 10. He's just watching on the left-hand side of the screen, and Gonzalez takes advantage. Guevara, though, back through the top 2 in the World Championship trading blows.
Every point precious even at this stage of the campaign. We haven't reached the halfway point of this year's title chase. Gonzalez trying to level Guevara on the brakes into turn 13. Not going to be close enough to strike back and reclaim that 5th place. Ortola then. This has been a stunning defensive ride by David Alonso on the number 80 guy. 2 laps to go, just over 10 kilometres remaining, and this is building up to a thrilling finale, isn't it? It is still Alonso leading Ortola from Sarch in 3rd place. It looks like he's only going to go through. I thought he'd win with ages now. Could five was 2nd and 4th.
And there's only a 1-point swing here between Guevara and Gonzalez, but this means a lot to Ethan Guevara to try and hold the momentum of Manu Gonzalez in the World Championship. Ortola once again had a bit of a look at the inside of Alonso into turn 3. Is he going to set him up again for that move into 4? No, he's a little bit too wide.
This was the moment a few months ago as the next of the Schwantz corner between Gonzalez and Guevara. Was not going to give it that 5th place, was he? That's an almighty fight, just as you knew he would do. So then, time winning out here for Ortola and for Salac. What they've got left in the tank to throw something at David Alonso, who has ridden an immaculate race. He has got led through but got 2 or 3 corners in this Grand Prix so far. He's still at the front. Ortola then, a lap and a half remaining. Salac looks like he's getting dropped. Looks like Salac just getting dropped out of this lead battle. He doesn't want to get dropped off the podium because Aegis is trying to hunt him down again.
Yeah, looks like Salac's only hope here would be a battle up ahead and perhaps some contact up ahead between Alonso and Ortola. Just one Moto2 victory for David Alonso. Ivan Ortola yet to win in Moto2. Surely he's going to go all in on this final lap.
Yeah, Salac is having a real tough lap. He's lost half a second already on this lap. A decisive lapness, it looks like, as far as Filip Salac is concerned. He's going to have some serious trouble potentially brewing with Aegis behind him. Aegis now just half a second back. It looks like 1 from 2 then. 3 becomes 2 in the battle for the win here in Brno. We're about to start the final lap. As Gonzalez has got back through on Guevara. So the World Championship leader taking more points out of Guevara behind him. It's Alonso that leads though on the final lap. Is Ortola going to strike in the first corner again? No, this is going to be super close.
Alonso just making no mistakes. He's hitting every apex, hitting every braking zone, and asking Ivan Ortola to ride beyond the limit. That's what it might take here for Ortola. He might have to just go for something a little bit rude and a little bit brutal on this final lap to deny the Colombian victory.
Salac, half a second clear of Aegis. Doesn't look like there's going to be any late podium heartache coming for the Czech rider on course for back-to-back podiums for the 5th time in his career. This will be a frustrating experience overall. Salac so close to a home victory. He just cannot get close enough to Alonso and Ortola.
That battle for 5th is far from over. Guevara looked like he was having another go to try and get back ahead of Manu Gonzalez for that 5th place and to potentially gain the World Championship for round 7 we go. The final opportunity, I think there's been an opportunity to 10 here for Ortola and then into that final pair of corners.
Big twitch as he asks for the power there on the exit of 7 for Ortola. Let's not forget, he was through the long lap penalty loop right at the start of this Grand Prix. It was a strong first sector for Filip Salac, who reeled the top 2 back in by 3/10 of a second. He was just running out of time. It's going to be an immensely popular, a huge home podium surely for Salac, but he is going to take the 25 points here in Brno.
Guevara did get back through on Manu Gonzalez. He is back in 5th place. So crucial now then for both Alonso and Ortola. Defence and attack to get the best possible run out of turns 11 and 12 on Horsepower Hill, and they're on to victory.
Well, this is it. This is all on the line now. Alonso versus Ortola. Is something going to happen? She promotes Salac into a fairy tale home victory. How does Alonso play? Ortola's going to send it on the inside in the final corner of the year. Just now he's going to go for it. Oh, brilliant. Alonso desperate trying to get the power back on. How's Ortola going to break down to the finish line? Ortola the Daz at the final corner. David Alonso, a taste defeat right at the very end. Ortola then wins for the first time in Moto2 here in that epic late fight here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. He did the hard way as well, and it's come through the long lap penalty route. David Alonso led for all 3 or 4 corners in that 18-lap battle. Ray painful, the Colombian misses out on just his second ever Moto2 victory. But for the first time in Moto2, first time to the British Grand Prix of Silverstone in 2024, Ivan Ortola is your winner. Philip Salac does send the home crowd into raptures. They're on their feet into the back end box position here on the main straight. Salac then on the box in front of his home crowd. Aegis fourth. Gonzalez still increases World Championship lead over a strong ride from 13th to 5th. Guevara 6th. Top 10 for Holgado, Roberts, Vietti and the Raider. Points for Bayer, Munoz, Screech, Corsato and Van den Borg. First top 10 for the Raider. But what a moment. That's how you do it. That's how you win your first Moto2 race. Swinging out the last corner, having come through the long lap penalty. Awesome job by Ortola.
From 5th on the grid, extraordinary start, already got it up into second. Did an amazing job of still maintaining second place after the long lap penalty. That was probably the crucial point of the race for Ortola. Maintaining P2 despite coming through the long lap penalty loop. And yes, David Alonso has his first podium of 2026, having had to wait until round 9, but that one will surely sting for the Colombian. He desperately wanted to drop it over the front tyre of Ivan Ortola, but knew if he did that, they would both be in the gravel trap. This was one of the first attempts that Ortola had of taking victory from David Alonso. This though was where it was crucially decided. He did leave it until the very last corner, got the run through 13 and lunged up the inside. He did go all in. Alonso just had to hesitate. He was about to tip it in. He had to ever so slightly pick the bike up. Here he comes, but picks the bike up, knows that the moment has gone. And of course, once he's moved that wide, Ortola has all the momentum onto the home straight. And a first Moto2
smash and grab from Ortola. Right at the very last corner. David Alonso in the Balaton Park Circuit Hindu last year, he only led on the last one. This time around, it's who has to suffer the late paint. Let's go down and get some reaction from Ivan Ortola's delirious. Even if he wins the first time,
Albert Battery, Ortola's reaching joint there, Albert. What a performance through the long lap and then recovered back instantly. Just talk through your emotions.
It's been amazing. He did a really great job. We've been some races, working a lot, and the result didn't came, but he's showing the level he has. Really good performance today. It's been amazing. I know what he's coming, he's there. I'm going to see him more often in the front. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all MSI connections. Congratulations to Philip Salac, who is going to enjoy this very special moment. What a moment for Salac as he stops on the cool-down lap and takes the applause and the adulation of his delirious home crowd. What a spell Salac is having in America. Racing. That was just his 6th career podium, 5th in Moto2, back-to-back podiums for the first time in his Grand Prix career. There's going to be some special podiums for the wages coming up very shortly. Bittersweet though for David Alonso. He does break his podium duck in the 2026 Moto2 World Championship, having led for so long. In every single lap on the most important one of the ball, getting his pocket kick to the very last corner by the astonishing, the quite brilliant Ivan Ortola.
There were reports back in Amateur Hungary that there was a long list of Moto2 teams potentially queuing up for Ivan Ortola's signature for next season. Of course, expecting David Alonso, Dan Holgado, Ethan Guevara, and potentially one more Moto2 rider to move up to MotoGP for next season. And so many teams want Ortola to be their lead rider for next year. That asking price might well have just gone up a little bit after Ortola's recovery today.
No fourth win on the Spain 4 Series lead at Manuel Gonzalez, but that is still a very good Sunday's work for the Dynamo Intact rider. He had great race pace. He had podium potential. He had the pace to probably win that Grand Prix, but unfortunately, the big mistake yesterday in qualifying was bumped him down to 13th on the grid. This was so tough battle. Well, these two went hard against each other, didn't they? Throughout the latter stages of that Grand Prix. And a bit like Ortola and Alonso, it was Gonzalez dishing out the late attacks and the late paint for Guevara as well. That's when all the way back to the last sector. Guevara trying to go deep on the brakes into turn 13, but he yields the inside line, and that was decisive in the final corner for Gonzalez. Nothing between the two Spaniards over the line, just 300ths of a second, the top two in the World Championship. As now Manuel Gonzalez will go to Assen with a buffer of 2 race victories. Also Guevara, so ran out of gas on the cool down lap.
Battles like that, sequences of corners like that make Renault so brilliant for racing. We certainly saw it today. 6 riders at one point were chasing victory. It came down to 2 on the very last lap. Philip Selac couldn't quite get himself into that battle at the front. At one point, the Czech fans of the many thousands that are in the hillsides, the grandstands, might well have been dreaming of a maiden victory. A podium ain't bad though.
Awesome performance by Selac, who really has turned his career around, hasn't he, in 2026. He was thrown a late lifeline by the American racing team last year towards the tail end of 2025. There was lots of fears that Selac might be losing a seat in Moto2 for this season. There was drama throughout that Grand Prix, and that certainly did not help his cause. But when Selagius lost his right knee slider, this was the very moment where he lost the knee protector. He did actually, from that point onwards, an absolutely phenomenal job to keep himself in that podium battle. 4th place, another top 5 finish for the Australian. He's now only 2 points behind Yeti in their battle for 3rd place in the World Championship. Philip Selac. What a performance. What a season he is having. What a season the Czech rider is having. With a special home race helmet, of course. We think on the scales. Do know. You ain't going to find any beers in downtown below tonight. It's going to be all the rounds on the Czech fans. Oh, so close, so near, so far for Alonso. Within a 10th of a second was the gap over the line between him and Ortola. Yeah, that one really hurts. But it's much of a leader. And he rode forward. There was no obvious signs of any kind of mistake, was there, for Alonso? Just got picked off at that final corner.
He's the master, isn't he, on the final lap? Certainly was in Moto3 over the years. Saw it again last year in Hungary in Moto2, but not today. It was Ivan Ortola who had that little bit extra at the very last corner. Mere meters in the first Moto2 victory in a year for David Alonso. Instead, it's a first ever for Ivan Ortola.
It didn't look broken sweat, does it? The temperature in excess of 30 degrees here. I mean, it looks like the coolest customer. It looks like a begin with 18 laps, doesn't he, Ivan Ortola? Some ride, heck of a ride that. Well, they're still smiling. They will try and focus on the positives. There's a season first podium for David Alonso. And some next big momentum to his championship challenge. As it looks like he's got a big prize coming in 2027. A factory Honda car stepping for the Colombia. And he just tries to poke it all up, let it sink in, because Philip Selac has had some dark timing. His world champion career, but at the moment he is living his best life. He is living the dream. Nothing really. Only a win. The home crowd top to play the podium, doesn't it? Philip Salac, things are thought to be reckoned with second half of the season. He has really hit some tip-top form. Czech rider. Hearing from him very, very shortly. Rather pleased and fine and ready to go with the mic.
So he's peaking as a rider now. He's got it showing he's gone through those tough times as of late. Certainly backing that up with the results on track.
Well, he's been around for so long, you forget he's only 24 years of age, don't you? Philip Salac. Very experienced Grand Prix rider. 136 starts now. And for the Czech start. Yeah, he is having by far the best purple patch of his career. Third place for Salac then. Double alongside, just double checking, he did lead every single lap part the last one. Fairy tale stuff like this for Philip Salac on a podium in front of his home crowd. He's with Jack.
Philip, you have just jumped on to the Moto2 podium home here in Brno. You didn't have it your own way in the race. A tricky start, but battled back brilliantly. What does this moment mean?
It's the best day in my life, you know. Dream came true for me, finished third at home. See, Czech GP came back. I was so happy. This year I'm on a fucking podium, you know. It feels unreal, you know, in the history, nobody in the media class stayed at podium here at Czech GP. Man, thanks to everyone. I have no words. I will say something in Czech for all the people. Děkuju všem. Jsem rychlej. Ty, co jste mi psali, že nejsem. Tady to máte a budu ještě rychlejší. Děkuju, Brno, bylo to úžasný.
You know, as a new hero, doesn't it? And it comes in the shape of Philip Salac, a big fist in there. They have been out in their thousands this weekend. Do you know what? Salac is in a big pressure coming here. He's home Grand Prix, fresh off the back of a brilliant rider who led for so long in Hungary on the podium in Balaton Park. All Czech fans were thinking, well, we can do it again, finally in front of his home crowd. That built the expectation. That overloaded the pressure on the shoulders of Salac, but he showed he was capable of delivering on the big stage. So too was Ortola. Oh, David Alonso. From that 1 to 17, he led every single lap over the line. There was what, 2 or 3 corners prior to the final corner where Ortola briefly got through. For the record books, I don't really care who was leading for most of the Grand Prix to lead it. There's only one stat that matters. And that is the stat which will show even Ortola was the race winner in the Czech Grand Prix Moto2 in 2026. So close, so near, yet so far for David Alonso. So the cracking ride, second from pole, he's the Jack.
David, after a rollercoaster start to the season, I'm sure it means a lot to be on the Moto2 podium here, but to have missed out on the final lap, having led every single lap, just what are the emotions like at the end of it?
I mean, really, I'm super tired, but I am happy to be here. I'm happy to be on the podium. As a rider, you always want more, but something like gives me this decision is that you need to accept what is coming, and my target today was to lead the race, you know, to lead the a Moto2 race for the first time from the beginning to the end, to get the experience, and again it was very tired for me to go in the front always, but it was good for them, and yeah, congrats to Ivan that made a really nice overtake. I mean, it was no way to defend more, but I am happy, and thanks for all that, keep pushing and keep believing in me that we are coming again, and thanks so much.
Top ride today, well done.
Right.
It looks like he is on his way again, doesn't it, David Alonso? And fair play to him, because there's going to be more than a tinge of disappointment, more than a tinge of regret about the fact he didn't quite get the job done, but he acknowledged this beautiful move. I mean, that is a class manoeuvre, isn't it, by Ivan Ortola. Season the lead, as he powers to the finish line, he gets that special feeling of being a Moto2 race winner for the first time. Alonso then on the podium for the first time in 10 Grand Prix since Portimao last year. Oh, it's frustration. So close to the victory, but so many positives to take from a great weekend here in Brno. But he has done it through the long lap penalty loop as well. Ivan Ortola, your first time Moto2 winner here in Brno. He's with Jack.
Ivan, I imagine there are not many better ways to win your first ever Moto2 race. A long lap penalty and then a final lap, final corner overtake. Just
talk us through what you're feeling right now.
Yeah, it's amazing. I did a really good start. I got put in a good position. So at the beginning we pushed, we opened a gap, and I said, now is the moment to do the long lap. I did it very fast. I think I lost 1.2. Did nothing. And then I just keep to try to save the tire, because yesterday during the practice I did like a race simulation, but I was short of the tire and I was not a little bit. I was struggling a little bit, so I said, okay, I saved the tire, and then in the last laps I tried. The only way to overtake David was like this, because braking through was braking really hard and I was on the limit. So happy for my first victory in Moto2, and thanks to the team and all the people that support me and is helping every day.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is a brilliant performance by Ivan Ortega. This was the moment that when he came in early for his long lap penalty loop after the clutching into Dan Inglis in Balaton a couple of weeks ago. It was just a rousing recovery. He took the long lap on lap 4 when he came back into the circuit. He was 1.3 seconds behind David Alonso. After just a stunning performance by Ortega, and that is the final corner victory. What a sweet, sweet feeling that is. He saved his best for last, didn't he? The number 4. Philip Salac there coming to the final turn as well on his way to a dream home podium. Alonso, he must have thought as he powered up Horsepower Hill, having not seen Ortega's front wheel, that he was going to claim his first podium of the season from the very top step. But look at that. Two absolute Simmons inside PJ Motor MSI as for the very first time Ivan Ortega wins the Moto2. As I ran for just over 900ths of a second at the checkered flag. Very close finish at the end of that intense 18-lap battle. Going to get some special congratulations on the way very, very shortly. Special for Ortega after his first win in Moto2. Special for Alonso after his first podium of 2026. And super special, extra special for the home hero, Philip Salac, third in front of his home crowd.
He has the Czech flag in his hand, which he wore very proudly on the podium. It was the kind of races that remain, 13 of them still to go in this 2026 season will be to stand on the top step of a Moto2 podium. Celebrations for the MSI squad, who of course have won a Moto2 title before, with Mike Gora, who starts from pole position in MotoGP later. Since then, success has been a little harder to come by. But what a feeling that must be for Philip Salac. All told, that is now his 5th Moto2 podium. What an experience for the home hero. With a brave face on it is David Alonso. Gets his season up and running with the first podium of 2026, with the first win of the season. He doesn't do ordinary first wins, does he, Ivan Ortega, for a nigh on last in Austin to the Moto3 top step, and overcoming a long lap penalty to triumph. I guess you could argue if there's one circuit to serve a long lap penalty and still get a result, this one might be it, but take nothing away from the way Ortega immediately chased Alonso down once again, and then left it until the very last corner to pounce on the Colombian and claim the victory. Third place for Philip Salac. The emotions building for Philip, who perhaps thought his Moto2 career might be over at the end of last season. Now he's on the podium at home. For David Alonso, it's the first Moto2 podium of the season. It's a 29th career podium in all classes. Of course, so many over the years in Moto3. And well, he's 74.5 points behind Manuel Gonzalez in the World Championship. Could he still chase him down from there? We'll get that answer in the second half of the season. But all comebacks have got to start somewhere. And the comeback from Ivan Ortola from a long lap penalty was completed at the very last corner as Ortola denies David in a final lap thriller at Dorna.
Rider number 63 then to win in the Moto2 World Championship. That is Ivan Ortola. And despite the fact that he lost about 1.4 seconds in the long lap penalty loop early on, that race was 10 seconds quicker than Joe Robertson's running time here over the same distance last July. So it was a red hot pace and red hot conditions for Ivan Ortola. Good rescue job by Manu Gonzalez in terms of the title chase at the top, 13th to 5th. He'll take that. He finished just over 5 seconds back of Ortola. Second place for David Alonso. Long overdue first podium of the campaign for the Honda-bound Colombian in MotoGP next year. And Philip Salach, well, he would have dreamt of this moment. As a school kid, he was trying to make his way into World Championship race on the podium from his home crowd here in Brno.
Ivan Ortola becomes the 5th different winner in Moto2 this season. David Alonso, the 10th different rider to stand on the podium this year. But perhaps a slightly regretful second. Philip Salach, third on the podium at home. As Senna Regis and Manu Gonzalez finished 4th and 5th. Gonzalez achieving that from 13th on the grid and passing his title rival Ivan Cavara on the very last lap. Danny Holgado 7th and Robert Vietti and Will Rader, who beat his teammate Colin Vaya to the top 10. Danny Munoz 12th ahead of the Screech. Points once again for Tayo Forosato on his best Moto2 weekend so far. And the final point goes the way of Zonta van den Gorber. Manu Gonzalez extends his World Championship lead then by a point, and with that guaranteed that he will lead the Moto2 Championship into the summer break. He is 50.5 clear now of Ivan Cavara.
Over 60 years since the first Grand Prix took place in Brno in 1965, the Classic 2026 are ready for race day 9, with the old pitch remaining on the road to the front below track as a nod to the former street circuit and its crowd, whose joy were close to Vienna over the border in Austria than the picturesque capital of Prague. But who will tame the adrenaline factory? It's time to race in MotoGP. 5.4 kilometres, 3.36 miles of length, 14 turns, 8 right, 6 of them left. This is a track that gets the juices flowing. It's called the Adrenaline Factory, first built back in 1987. First Grand Prix this far, all the way back in 1965. It has a little bit of everything. High-speed corners, hard braking and spectacular undulation. Reflected, pretty unique in characteristics because it's almost entirely uphill as you power out. Horsepower out through 12, 13 and 14. 1, 3 and 5, one of the most demanding braking points for the Brembo brakes. 2 and 3 is the hardest braking spot on the entire circuit. This was where Marc Marquez pounced on Marco Bezzecchi to take a double win here in Brno last July. The first Japanese probably just MotoGP in 6th long year, so Aguilera really preferred the way at the start of what proved to be a very dramatic and ultimately controversial 10-lap T-So sprint. Led Moreira an early forward out of 3rd place after he started on the 2nd road today. Pedro Acosta battling technical issues in the factory KTM, tumbled out of contention at turn 11. Pecco Bagnaia, though, it was that got the whole shot, and he poured to his first win since the Malaysian Grand Prix sprint last year. This, though, a massive talking point in the campaign so far, as Marco Bezzecchi tumbled out of 5th place on the second to last lap. The ramifications of that particular incident and what followed shortly after has had a massive impact on this upcoming 21-lap Grand Prix of Czechia. More on that shortly as Pecco Bagnaia hones in on what he hopes will be his 10th double victory in MotoGP. Last time the Italian was able to claim sprint glory and Grand Prix glory on the same weekend was on that unforgettable weekend for Ducati in the Motegi Mountains. The double win for Bagnaia on the same day that Marc Marquez was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time of asking. 100 Grand Prix came up last time in Balaton for the reigning World Champion. Marc Marquez backing his way to a sprint podium here yesterday. But the major news which emerged late here in Brno last night, shortly after 11 p.m, after appealing to the FIA MotoGP Field Court, it was confirmed after an altercation with a trackside marshal while they were in the process of recovering Marco Bezzecchi's crash to the factory Aprilia at turn 3. Marco Bezzecchi is missing from this afternoon's round 9. Banned from participating in this race. Actions prejudicial to the interests of the sport. The reason why the World Championship leader has been benched, sidelined for this Grand Prix of Czechia, which will start in about 40 minutes time in the company of Matt Burton Lewis in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard down a scorching hot pit lane. Temperatures in excess of 30 degrees. There's more punishment coming the way of Marco Bezzecchi. His factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin, despite the fact he had to serve 2 long laps after his controversial collision with multiple riders in Balaton a couple of weeks ago, if he does recover from those 2 long laps and finish on the podium, well, it would mean Martin will go to last next weekend as the World Championship leader. It hasn't all been bad news as far as Aprilia go here this weekend, because for the first time in MotoGP, first time since 2020, they're taking up a Garmin red qualifying in Aragon. A Japanese star will fire away from the head of the group. Aguilera pole for second in yesterday's sprint. So much to talk about, Lewis. So many major incidents have happened this weekend which have a major impact on the championship picture as we approach the halfway stage. The biggest story of all, of course, Marco Bezzecchi, World Championship leader, banned and out of this Brno battle.
Yeah, having already made a pretty big unforced error, not for the first time in Saturday sprints in 2026, 4th time this year. Marco Bezzecchi has DNF'd the sprint. He will not start today. He is here, as you can see, there he is inside the Aprilia box. He did head out first thing this morning, shortly after the sun came up, to go and apologise. You're watching it now. This is down at turn 3. Going to apologise to the marshal who he struck yesterday in his anger at the crash, and what he felt was perhaps the not correct way of lifting his motorcycle. Nothing justifies contact with the marshal, and Marco Bezzecchi apologising in tearful manner in person, but also social media. Those are his comments on screen. Marco Bezzecchi, helpless and a rather forlorn spectator for today's Czech Grand Prix.
It was a very emotional Marco Bezzecchi who came back to turn 3 to apologise to the marshal involved in the incident yesterday, post-sprint. A peace pact as they embraced, and Marco handed over a set of his gloves. It's a moment or two going to regret that for some time. And there you can see tears are flying for Marco Bezzecchi. It's back onto the scooter. Wanted spectator then in this upcoming 21 lap race. All you can hope for then now is to hope that somehow he's still leading the World Championship. To Austin next weekend. More remorseful hugs to the Marshall, without question. Probably the most hardest and toughest moment of Marco Bezzecchi's career. There's been so many highlights for him on a personal level this season. Already a 4-time Grand Prix winner in 2026. He won 5 Grand Prix on the spin in that golden number close 2025, winning the first 3 Grand Prix in 2026. Out of character from such a popular and likeable character like Marco is, he is going to be full of remorse, full of regret. Sadly sideline note for this not coming back.
He can't control how the rest of the public responds to that. He's just going to have to focus on his own job starting next weekend. As you can see there on screen, Fabic Antonio, who starts second on the grid, is waiting to speak to our Jack. Jack, over to you.
Yeah, great to be joined by Fabio ahead of what really just presents itself as a huge opportunity today. Middle of the front row.
Yeah, ready. For me, honestly, it's a race like another one, so we need to do our maximum and see where we end.
Good luck, Fabio.
Thank you.
Thanks to Fabio for Antonio, the boss of trackside, Valentino Rossi present here in Brno. It's like if the opportune moment for Biga to maybe win once again for the R46 30 years ago here in the Czech Republic with Valentino Rossi's pitching career really looking at a massive launch pad with his very first win in the 125cc battle back in 1996. Weekend so far for Raul Fernandez. Fresh off being diagnosed with a rather nasty bout of appendicitis, which thankfully for Raul didn't require surgery. A real strong fighting top 6 for the track category rider yesterday in the sprint.
Going in search of a Czech double this weekend is Pecco Bagnaia, who is wearing a smile, which he's had all weekend because he loves this place. Who doesn't love the Brno? Pecco Bagnaia riding like the world champion we know he is yesterday, seizing the lead from Polsa to here. Ayagura at the start of the sprint, pushing like crazy, he said, for the first 3 laps, try and build up that advantage, and then withstanding the sprint long pressure from Agura. Bagnaia, a first sprint win of the season. Can he back that up with a first Grand Prix win of the year?
Agura, just the 10th Japanese rider in MotoGP history to be flying away from pole position. It has been 22 very long years since Japanese fans have brought one of their own to home to success in MotoGP. Makoto Tamada taking the Japanese Grand Prix all the way back in 2004. Is today the day that Agura ends that long streak. Marc Marquez, well, back to winning form, back on a winning streak. Last time out in Balaton, a brilliant double win before the reigning world champion. 102 points behind Marco Bezzecchi was going into that Grand Prix of Hungary, and with Bez absent from the action this afternoon, Marc Marquez 65 points off the summit at the top of the championship. Opportunity this is for some of the Ducati stars, Biggio and Marc Marquez in particular, to start putting on some serious pressure on Aprilia at the top of this championship.
Yeah, the Riders' Championship, so many with opportunities today, which includes Jorge Martin in second in the championship, even though he has a double long lap penalty to come. He's 15 points behind Bezzecchi, so he could potentially take the championship lead if he gets back to the podium. Then we've got Gigi 36 back, of course the 48 back, and Marc Marquez 65 back. We might all feel that their championship challenges could be ignited today. This was the action yesterday. Pecco Bagnaia now watching along with us. You can see the joy and exultation from Bagnaia. Don't usually see him as demonstrative and the body language quite like that when he wins the sprint, but it tells you what kind of road he's been on over the last year and a half or so. The toughest period of Bagnaia's career for much of last year. Of course, after winning in Japan last year, we didn't see him score another Sunday point for the rest of 2025. There's no question that Bagnaia is better in 2026. Maybe not quite back to his best, but just got a taste of that yesterday afternoon.
Sprint win number 14 for the 29-year-old Italian. A record-equaling 34 sprint podium. That's all bang right as well. Sharing 34 sprint top threes with Jorge Martin and Marc Marquez. A case of what might have been yesterday as far as Diogo Moreira goes. His best qualifying in MotoGP. 6th place on the grid yesterday was Moreira, the 22-year-old Brazilian, but unfortunately, after a superb start getting into the top 3 immediately in that sprint, he was down on the deck on the second lap at turn number 12. So Jorge Martin then, 15 points behind Marco Bezzecchi in the championship. So we can do the maths. If he's on the podium later this afternoon, if he's third, he gets 16 points and will be 1 point clear of Bezzecchi in the championship. If he is to make the podium, he's going to have to do it the very, very hard way. He just have to cause that big pile up at turn 1 in Hungary 2 weeks ago. Martin will be through the long lap, not once, but twice.
Of course, the rider that he clattered into initially isn't on the grid today. It was his teammate Marco Bezzecchi that he ran into. 3 others also swept up in the action. Alviguel, Gian Antonio and Raul Fernandez. So important for Martin to get through the first quarter. Say that it's not the same kind of critical first quarter he was in, on fairness. It's faster and it's wider. But still important for Martin to stay out of trouble, and those 2 long lap penalties, which in fairness are perhaps the least punishing long lap penalties of the season. It's a short long lap, and of course there isn't a lot of space to fit one in around here. From Moto2 earlier on in the day, our sort of rough guesstimate is that it takes you around about a second and a quarter, a second and a half to serve that long lap penalty. So he's going to lose in the region of 2.5 to 3 seconds.
I'm back soon is the message from Gresini Ducati and Alex Marquez. The number 73 did make a welcome return to MotoGP action here in Brno this weekend. He took part in both practice sessions on Friday. There was Alex, just speaking to our Spanish TV colleagues at DAZN. But after qualifying in a strong 14th place yesterday, the Spanish rider, having consulted with the MotoGP medical team and with the Gresini Ducati squad, Alex deciding not worth the risk of thrusting himself back into race competition so quickly after a sort of a neck fracture and a smashed right collarbone in that scary crash with Pedro Acosta in Barcelona a few weeks ago. Withdrawing immediately after Q2 yesterday. So Alex Marquez, the 30-year-old Spaniard, will be back in action in just 4 or 5 days' time in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands in Assen. But yeah, Alex out of this Grand Prix.
Which leaves 20 starters this afternoon for the Czech Grand Prix. That's Toprak Razgatlioglu, who brings up the back of the grid after he picked up a 3-place grid penalty yesterday morning. That's the kind of history that Aigura is looking to make today, looking to become Japan's first winner of a MotoGP race for 22 years. Although you'd never get the impression, would you, looking at Aigura at any stage for a weekend, or particularly at the moment sitting in the trackhouse box, that there is any pressure at all on Aigura's shoulders. Always so calm, so chilled. But surely he must have a butterfly or two as he gets set for his first Sunday Grand Prix from pole position.
And 6 riders in history from Japan have won MotoGP races in the past. Herman Alviguel, well, he had a very strong start to our Sunday race action here, having topped the morning warm-up session. Feels like a very long time ago already, doesn't it now? After we've had classic Moto3 and Moto2 battles that went all the way down to the wire. Let's hope for more of the same in the 21-lap MotoGP battle coming up shortly. Another solid performance in the sprint yesterday from Fermin Alviguel. 50 points picked up for him. And of course going it alone for Gresini Ducati, going alone for the Marquez family here. It's a tough ride, but a hard-earned ride for the bronze medal last time in a sprint yesterday. Well, we just mentioned Alex Marquez, unfortunately sidelined from today's action, but I'm delighted to say he joins Jack right now down in pit lane.
Yeah, great to be joined by Alex Marquez, who, as you can imagine, as ever, has got a big smile on his face. Alex, I spoke to you yesterday, but there'll be thousands, millions around the world that didn't manage to hear those words. So just talk us through the decision to sit out the remainder of the weekend that you made yesterday.
Yeah, it was quite an easy decision for me. I mean, the weekend was much better than what I was expecting before the game here. Much more practice than I was expecting. Labs and also the speed roll was there.
But then we decided to stop because it has no sense to take the risk starting from P14 and not to the championship grab to fare to dream una title. So yeah, just it's like what the first step to the full recovery. It's not that coming here my injuries went worse. I got to side went a little bit better, and in 5 days for sure it will be a little bit better, one step more to make and to try to make all the food we can.
I guess as a result, you step into sort of fan mode today and you get to watch the race from the outside. So who are you cheering for, and then what are your predictions for the race? How do you think it's going to unfold?
In Costa, so it will be interesting to see the attacks in the first lap, and then I think the train will be.
Yes, there's been some genius ways over the years to try and get off work to make sure you can watch World Cup matches. But this is going to be new number one. How have you managed to get off work early so you can get a prime seat for the Spain match later?
I will be able to make siesta after siesta, then at 6 o'clock the World Cup, and later on some cycling. So I think the best and the perfect schedule is this afternoon I have.
Perfect. Afternoon ahead. Alex, great to see you smiling and see you in action.
Thank you, see that.
Yeah, not jealous at all. Sounds like an ideal Sunday, doesn't it? A siesta, bit of cycling, and watching his home nation team compete in the FIFA World Cup. Great to have Alex back on site. Great to see him back in action here on the Brazil Ducati. A shame we couldn't complete the whole weekend, but we kind of anticipated that free weekend. We'll be back with the GP26 in a few days' time in Assen. We just saw that with briefly Pedro Acosta on the screens out of his 50th MotoGP start. More texturals once again for the facts of KTM Ryan. So replay of the crash down convention in the sprint yesterday at turn 11. Still to deactivate his right high device. And a milestone appearance today as well for another KTM ride. Although Prix his 200th MotoGP start here this afternoon. It wasn't exactly the ideal track, was it? For Maverick yesterday, as he crashed moments after Diogo Moreira took it out of turn 12 on lap 2 of the sprint.
It's the end of lap 1 yesterday, did Maverick Vinales, having made his way ultimately, or narrowly missed out on qualifying 2, but just started in the top 12, of course, with Marco Bezzecchi being kicked in 4th place on the grid. Everyone behind him ultimately moves up, so we've got a KTM at the head of row 3 in Pedro Acosta, and a KTM at the back of row 4, Maverick Vinales, on our 20-rider grid, which will be headed by this man, the ice-cool Eye of Good.
He said yesterday he was nervous on the grid, ahead of that 10-lap sprint. First time he started at the head of the grid in the MotoGP World Championship. He himself, I think, thought that he was going to have something late on in that sprint before banging over no. And then he's kind of the new rival in terms of tyre whisperer with an Basti immediately in MotoGP. If he's in the mix, if he's in contention in those last sort of 7 or 8 laps here this afternoon, well, we do know that Ogura's going to have a cracking chance of ending this long sequence of motor success for Japanese fans as we get to view this sort of sprawling Brno circuit. What a track this is. That's why they call it the Adrenaline Factory. Hard-braking, sharp undulation, 73 metres I think is the high to low of this Brno circuit. It's got the biggest deviation of the whole Grand Prix calendar. As always, in fuel conservation mode, fuel economy mode goes firmly down the gear. And the cheeky toe behind the safe fuel as well. It's Jorge Martin.
That little helps, as they say. And this is the one that penalty loop approaching now. Over to the right as Jorge Martin looks. We're going to ride on board with him. And Jorge Martin follows firmly out the gear through that long lap penalty loop. Of course, you've got to stay within to the right of that second white line there, and then you're not allowed to do what Jorge Martin has done there and go out onto that green tarmac. That will be considered exceeding track limits and an illegal long lap penalty. On Friday, Martin was going that route, which is why you could see the black rubber lines through that green tarmac on the exit of turn 7. Clearly one or two teams queried that, and they have clarified and changed the parameters, if you like. Martin will not be allowed to go out there when he serves his 2 long lap penalties.
He's done more long laps this weekend than fast laps as Jorge Martin. His prime mission right from the get-go in FP1 was to get the through there at every opportunity. Very, very dirty, very, very dusty, of course not used very often at all, so his primary mission was to have a bit of a clean-up operation throughout the Grand Prix weekend, clear a bit of dirt, lay a bit of rubber down. We've seen him go through there a couple of times with his knee and his elbow on the tarmac. Once again, we've seen spectacular action from the Martinator. One moment on Friday, and he's got George definitely shot at him with his shoulder down pretty much going through turn 13. He is all action, but he's going to need to be here this afternoon with those 2 long laps, making it a pretty complicated Grand Prix coming up for the Spanish rider.
It's going to make the start very important for Jorge Martin. In an ideal world, try and gain places, but he doesn't want to drop himself into that midfield pack on the first lap because that will just pile on the pain with the long lap penalties. He can't just wait until the end of the race to serve those long laps. Once he gets the information, once he gets the message on his dashboard, which if the evidence of the Moto3 and Moto2 race is anything to go by, it'll probably come somewhere on the second lap. He will then have 5 laps to serve 2 long lap penalties. If it's a single long lap, you've got 3 laps. If it's a double long lap, you have 5 laps to serve that penalty.
25-year-old Japanese rider Naegura, top 5 in 6. Of our opening 8 Grand Prix so far this season. He's been 4 over the line in the last 2. He has not on the door of plenty of podiums so far this season. Clearly, we've seen on more than one occasion the potential to take that breakthrough first win. Is today going to be the day? 200 Grand Prix start though today in the top class for the Top Gun Maverick Vinales. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Yeah, just say this a long walk down to his grid box from here. Maverick, firstly, congratulations, 200 MotoGP starts, an incredible achievement, and it comes on a weekend where it feels as though starting to find your mojo again.
Yeah, everything is starting to feel much better, especially with the shoulder. In any case, I arrived really exhausted through the race, so I'm really with no energy left. This is what it is, so the best way we can really go through this is putting a lot of effort, and every weekend I think we are going to be better. However, I think this weekend was a significant improvement, not only on physical condition, also the feeling is high. Ready for this race, so I will try to put a good rhythm and build up a good race for us.
It's a good 200 for you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Halt from the grid before the 200 start for Maverick Vinales. Is then you're rather depleted for no grid here today.
Igor, Fadic, Gianantonio and Pekka Bagnaia on the front row. Of course, rear tyre was an important factor yesterday. Everyone will be on the medium rear today. Marc Marquez bumped up to 4th ahead of Diogo Moreira, and Ralph Fernandez up onto row 2. Pedro Acosta 7th ahead of Frankie Morbidelli, who came through Q1 with Jorge Martin, who is now off onto the 3rd row with a double long lap penalty to serve. Fermin Aldeguer will be on screen next from 10th on the grid. He heads row 4 ahead of Tranmere and Maverick Vinales. Fabio Quartararo, first Yamaha on the grid in P13 ahead of Luca Marini, who crashed late on yesterday, and Enea Bastianini 15th on the 2nd of the Tech 3 KTMs. Jack Miller next up in 16th place for Pramac Yamaha ahead of Alex Rins, who got a tyre pressure penalty of 8 seconds yesterday, which dropped him to last place. Brad Binder, the 2020 winner, goes up 2 places from where he qualified, 20th up to 18 ahead of Cal Crutchlow. The reason he goes up 2 is because Toprak Razgatlioglu took a 3-place penalty and slips to the back.
Yeah, Razgatlioglu, his best sprint finish yesterday, although he was outside the points scoring place as he was. Once again, top Yamaha. Just quickly going back to Maverick Vinales. It's been a pretty storied career, hasn't it, so far for the 31-year-old. 200th MotoGP start, and he has that accolade of being one of just 5 riders in Premier Class history to win for 3 different brands, Suzuki, Yamaha and Aprilia. If he was able to find himself on the tops of the podium for KTM, well, he would be the first rider ever to do so for 4 different manufacturers. Dr. Babbitt to be proud of in his previous 199 Grand Prix starts as seeking a bit of cool air, a bit of aircon. There's our pole starter, Igor. Aprilia could do with a bit of a pick wheel, couldn't they, after what's unfolded over the last couple of Grand Prix also. Little time to arrive on the scene at Trackhouse Aprilia for Francesco Guidotti, former Pirate Ducati boss, former factory KTM team boss. slotting in eventually full-time to replace the departing Davide Brivio as the head of the American-based crew. Got a little chat there with road racing star David Todd from back in the UK. There's Mark Cavendish as well, Tour de France legend, Sir Mark Cavendish, I should say. Pedro Costa then his 50th MotoGP start today, looking to bounce back from the sprint exit. Let's get the thoughts of his crew to Porto Battle.
Yeah, from the front to the third row of the grid now is Pedro. I imagine a bit of frustration, obviously, coming from yesterday, but feel as though Pedro, once again, it's going to be an afternoon where he's going to try and get the maximum out of it and just see where he ends up in a mirage of a Prix and Ducati.
Yeah, exactly, mate. You know, it is maybe a bigger group of guys strong here, you know, so it's about getting that feeling straight away. Pace-wise, we've been pretty good all weekend. Overall, we're a little bit further back on the grid than we wanted to be. But if we get a good go off the line, and then we can get into that first corner, and I think he's got something to go with the guys at least.
34 degrees ambient temperature. I imagine track temps getting closer to 60.
Yeah.
Front tyre, rear tyre, how much are you going to have to look after them?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much the rear on this track, but it is the temperature. So both front and rear, you know. So again, it's not trying to be caught in a big group, trying to get a bit of fresh air and look after the rear, you know. Try to bring it up in a good way and make sure we don't overcook it at the beginning.
Thanks, Paul. Have a good one.
Thank you, mate. Yeah.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Acosta's crew chief, Porto Battle. Some battle it was, wasn't it, between Acosta and Marc Marquez at Balaton Park a couple of weeks ago. We'd love more of the same. Over 21 laps coming up shortly in Brno. Well, we said the boss is on site, the boss is present, and there's some late words, pep talk from Valentino Rossi to Fabio Antonio. 115 Grand Prix wins for the Doctor. Number one, numero uno, came right here almost 30 years ago, back in 1996, where he celebrated.
Dynamite off the line and in the opening lap. What's possible today for the Brazilians?
Well, you know, it's very important to have a good start, definitely. If he can have a good start, I think he has a quite good pace. I wouldn't say that he can play for the podium because the other competitors are a little bit more competitive. But definitely it's possible to think about top 4 or 5 position. Yeah, it's possible.
No, let's hope so. That would be a great result for you as a team. Good luck, Lucio. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Lucio checking out, of course. Who will forget as well what a moment it was for Lucio and the LCR Honda squad right here in Brno 10 years ago in 2016 when Cal Crutchlow, who's back on the LCR Honda this weekend, put to new and deputised for injured Joan Zarco. Cal Crutchlow, the winner in that 2016 Brno MotoGP race, the first British winner in the top class in 35 long years since the late Barry Schumann and Anderstorp in Sweden, all the way back in 1981. What a day that was.
Incredible events. It's very different weather conditions to this here today. We've got blazing sunshine, ambient temperatures way over 30, as we heard from Jack. Track temperature will be closing in on 60 degrees. So it's very important to manage the temperature in your tyres to go through this Grand Prix and get yourself some empty time if you can. With the Grand Prix just coming under 15 minutes from lights out. It's managing your body temperature at the moment, I think, which is the main issue for the riders who have all vacated the grid and headed for the sanctuary of the air-conditioned pit boxes.
Yeah, it's a hot one. It is a very hot afternoon, no question about that. The hottest weather we've had since our opening Grand Prix in the tropical climates of the Czech International Circuit in Dorna. The only respite you can get from the blazing sunshine. At most welcome as we continue our build-up then to this Grand Prix of Czechia. It's a placebo area going for the middle of that second row now. Bumped up to 5th place for Marco Bettesecchi's absence. He was superb up along yesterday, nearly got himself up inside the top 3. Mark Fernandez, one of the rider that's taken profit of Bettesecchi's misdemeanor yesterday, but he gets pushed onto the second row of the grid. And despite the fact that he's going to be suffering with a bit of fatigue, a bit of tiredness late on in his Grand Prix, with the back of the pen beside us, was showing he's got podium potential this weekend.
We're not afraid to get stuck in, is he, in the first lap, even as a MotoGP rookie. So for Aprilia, their hopes entirely rest on the shoulders of Trackhouse and probability today with Agura on pole and Raul Fernandez sixth. Of course, just the one factory team Aprilia on the grid. That is Jorge Martin with his 2 long laps to serve.
Marc Marquez getting ahead of the second row now in 4th place. 93 make it back-to-back Grand Prix wins in 2025 to seriously ignite his championship challenge. He will sense himself that this is a great chance to really jump all over the beluga factory Aprilia team while they're down. Just shows how quickly things can change in MotoGP. Doesn't feel like he's too far away. At this moment, I'm sure it feels like now for Aprilia since we were in the Tuscany Mountains at Mugello. That incredible performance by Aprilia and Marco Verstappen on that occasion. Let's get a thoughts of a rider who won here in 125 back in 1996. His first ever Grand Prix win. Valentino Rossi's with Jack.
Yeah, great to be joined by Valentino. We'll touch on Fabio Di Antonio in a second. Okay, no problem. Valentino is just running off to grab a very, very quick word with Pecco Bagnaia. Come back to me in a second. Of course, priorities to make sure that he gives Pecco some final instructions.
He's right on screens. That is Valentino. He's going to hop it then quickly back to Jack. So, yeah, we'll pick it up once again with the doctor.
Well, easy first question, Valentino. What did you have to say to Pecco? Victorious yesterday. Any words of advice just then?
Yeah, yesterday Pecco was fantastic and is really, really an important victory for him because arrived after a lot of difficult in the last year and a half. So I say to him that if you do like yesterday, it's the same.
Of course, the big story coming into today, the World Championship leader, Marco, not racing. What's your opinion on what we've seen unfold over the last 24 hours?
I think that Marco did a mistake, but sincerely I don't expect that he cannot race. But it will be.
And looking finally on Fabio Di Antonio, huge opportunity today, middle of the front row. The information, the medium tyre yesterday, I imagine is going to be a big help.
Yes, because yesterday at the end the software was better, but Fabio have a great pace and he starts from the P2. So if he's able to make a good start and a good first lap, I think that he has the pace for a fight for the podium.
That's Valentino. Great to see you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. The thoughts of Valentino Rossi there. Well, the boss, he's the manager and mentor, and Marco Bezzecchi, you know where his allegiances are going to lie in this hot topic, the big debate about the penalty yesterday for Bez. Surely he feels that maybe that one race ban was slightly harsh. As we get set then for the Czech national anthem coming up very, very shortly. Scorching heat with that full leathers. A much needed win in the sprint yesterday, as Rossi said about his charge. Pecco Bagnaia, can he charge to his first double victory since the Japanese Grand Prix last October? We're going to take a breather over in the commentary box for the Czech national anthem.
Zemský ráj to napohne, a to je ta krásná země česká, domov můj, země česká, domov můj.
As always, the Czech fans have brought the show. The aerial acrobatics are now going to kick this pre-race ceremony into another gear. National anthem has been expertly performed. Less than 10 minutes' time, we will be racing for this 9th round of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. An unprecedented in this season for the World Championship leader. to be missing a spectator, Marco Bezzecchi, today, and what kind of opportunity does that present for the factory Ducati team? Pecco Bagnaia starts third, Marc Marquez starts fourth. Davide Todozzi with Jack.
Yeah, huge opportunity today for the factory Ducati squad with no Marco Bezzecchi on the grid. Is that going to be in the minds of both of your riders, thinking big long term, thinking about the championship?
We certainly think it is, but it's obvious that as usual we need to finish the race and collect points, whatever they are.
But Pecco and Mark, how are they feeling coming into it? The soft yesterday, whereas everybody else on the medium, can that now work against you?
Yeah, we see today everybody will be with medium front and rear. So we'll see what it's going to be, because I'm sure that the front tire will need to be managed, because I'm sure that will give some issues, some trouble in the end of the race.
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to factory Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. Marquez completed the win double here last year. The win in the Sunday Grand Prix made him the first Ducati rider in history to win 5 successive races. He has not finished off the podium in his last 6 starts here in the Grand Prix of Czechia as the 33-year-old Spaniard. What are the nerves? There was tension and there were butterflies on pole position for Agura Sant here yesterday. I wonder how he's feeling. Did he manage to keep that heart rate down here at the Adrenaline Factory? Had one of the biggest 21 laps of his career. Let's get the thoughts of Agura's Trackhouse boss, Davide Brivio with Jack.
Yeah, I think that's the right question, Bertie. Davide, how is I feeling? He said he felt the nerves yesterday. Surely that experience can help him ease into it and relax today.
Yeah, of course. Yesterday was a good test, and probably the double distance might help a little bit, because as we know, it's good on the end of the race and second part of the race. So let's see. Yeah, yesterday he managed well the tire, but it was so difficult to overtake for everybody. But maybe the long distance can create some show by the end, like Moto3, Moto2 we saw today. Fingers crossed. Good luck. Thank you.
We have indeed had 2 spectacular shows already in Moto3 and in Moto2. 2 of our most recent Moto2 world champions are gunning for glory in this upcoming Grand Prix of Czechia. Agura on pole, Moreira bumped up to P5 on the grid. Qualifying 6th was the best qualifying performance by a Brazilian in the top class since Alex Barros was 5th on the grid in Phillip Island in 2007. You do feel like there's a big result coming very quickly for the 22-year-old Brazilian. What about Pedro Acosta then? This is Grand Prix start number 50 in MotoGP, and that stat still stuck alongside his name in his previous 49 starts. The Shark still winless in the top class. He's now had 13 MotoGP podiums, which now means he's the rider with the most podiums without converting any of them into a Premier Class victory.
That said, I think he would take a podium if you offered him it today. Doesn't appear, and the grid position would reflect that he's had the same level of performance he had in Balaton Park, where it was between Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta. Jorge Martin then, bit of a complicated procedure for him coming up then from 9th on the grid. Of course, he had to try and attack in the early stages, but not make the same mistake he made at the start in Hungary, where he got the double long lap penalty, and of course trying to serve those 2 long laps and keep himself in a position to still take some big points out of the absent Marco Bezzecchi.
We know in 2025, Boy Martin made his comeback from yet another major injury here in the Grand Prix of Czechia last year. He's going to need another big comeback in this upcoming race to fight his way and recover from the 2 long laps. The Japanese Grand Prix 2004, Makoto Tamada. The last time we had a race winner in MotoGP, born and bred in Japan. That is what the Japanese fans to the early evening over in the big cities in Southeast Asia. Going to be hoping that Agura-san can finally break his winning gut. A win today for Pecco Bagnaia, a repeat of his sprint success yesterday, or any other Italian on this grid. It's Marco Bezzecchi, of course. It would be the 300th 100-class victory for Italy. Pecco Bagnaia got about, well, he's got 10% of those, hasn't he, if he does make it? He's 31 times a winner in MotoGP.
Spanish Gianantonio next to him, also looking to make that particular piece of history.
So 3rd on the grid. our sprint winner, factory Ducati star, Pecco Bagnaia. Alongside him is another Ducati GP26 with Valentino Rossi watching trackside. Fabio Di Gianantonio will fire away from the front row in second. But for the first time in 6 years, we were the first winner from Japan in 22 years. Ayagura on pole position in Brno. The world's fastest riders are set for action here at the Czech Adrenaline Factory. Yesterday, immediately after he crashed out of the top 5 in the 10-lap TISO sprint, which means factory affiliate representation comes from Jorge Martin, who's going to have to launch a spectacular comeback. If he is to maybe seize the lead in the MotoGP World Championship, the podium this afternoon will put Martin in control of the standings as we head to the Grand Prix of the Netherlands at the historic, the iconic TT Circuit Assen in the Netherlands next weekend. But he does have to face 2 long lap penalties after his controversial collision at the first corner in Balaton Park 2 weeks ago. Pecco Bagnaia is on the front row of the grid, trying to prove that his sprint success yesterday was no fluke, no flash in the pan. Country, for the first time since he won the Japanese Grand Prix in Motegi, Bagnaia a taste for Sunday success. We've heard from a very confident VR46 Ducati team boss Valentino. Rossi, they firmly believe that Fabio Di Gianantonio has got racing potential. Marc Marquez, the double winner in Balaton Park 2 weeks ago. And we make it back-to-back Sunday wins to find another spark, having united to defend today's World Championship charge with that double win in the Grand Prix of Hungary. In front of the sun-drenched and sun-kissed hillsides here in Brno, we're about a 15-kilometre drive outside of downtown Brno, which is going to be buzzing tonight. There is confirmation then. Roy Martin's first offence causing a crash in that first corner in Balaton, was skittled out. His teammate Marco Bezzecchi skittled out. Another auxiliary rider, Raul Fernandez. Fermin Aldeguer also involved at first in that collision. So Marc Marquez, your most recent winner here in Brno. Jack Binder, 6 years ago, taking his first success, KTM's first ever win in the MotoGP World Championship. Nigel Rossi feels carrying their best hopes of a repeat triumph here this afternoon. He's Spaniard in the 50th MotoGP start, who leads row 3 in 7th. A 200th MotoGP start incoming for Top Gun Maverick Vinales in the top class. With Ayagura pole position to a sprint silver medal yesterday over 10 laps. We go double the distance here at the Adrenaline Factory. The adrenaline will be pumping right now for Agura, the 19 of his fellow fastest riders in the world. Brno's battle in 2026 then, minus world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi is about to get underway here. Green flag clears out the back of the grid. It's lights out and racing in Renault in MotoGP. It's a superb launch away once again by Fabio Di Antonio Bagnaia. This time around has nailed the start. He's got a drop on the film, this long one down into the first corner, around there in P5, having started in P5. Marquez straight away through on Bagnaia up into third place.
Yeah, Ralph Fernandez is still behind Moreira in 6th. Martin, I think, is off 1. He's in 8th place, just behind Pedro Acosta. Marquez straight on the attack too on Fabio Di Antonio, 4th to 3rd and now to 2nd.
Oh, ultra aggressive. And Vigia, well, twice he almost lost the rear there as he squeezed the power back on going through 3 and 4. He's lost another place. He's lost 4th to Diogo Moreira. Marquez knows you can't give clear track to Agura. You cannot let him get away.
And Acosta also piling on the activity for Fabio Di Antonio as he takes away 5th place. So Digia now down from staring at 2nd. He's now 6th.
Digia's getting right off the Disney. Oh, Bagnaia, that's lovely. It's aggressive. It was hard, but it was crucially clean. So the 2 factory Ducatis getting very, very busy, very aggressive on this opening lap. They don't want to let Agura get into his rhythm.
Oh, look at the inside there. That's Bagnaia. Now we're looking back from Ayagura. It's the same story at the moment. It wasn't a sprint yesterday. It's Ayagura versus factory Ducati.
Yeah, and here comes Bagnaia. Is he going to strike on the run down into the Schwantz corner, turn 10 for the first time? He could almost reach out and grab the rear aero. Oh no, goes through. Is that Ralph Fernandez running wide on the brakes into turn 10? He drops back across the nose of Fermin Aldeguer.
The big move on this first lap is Joan Mir, who's in 7th place. And we'll see on our timing screen shortly, but the information that was sent to us from Michelin is that Mir is on the soft rear tyre, which might explain why he's made some early progress.
So the girl then leading in MotoGP for the very first time. Martin, this is a good early charge through from the factory crew. He's picked off me then going into turn 13. So for the first time in his Grand Prix career, Ayagura leads over the line in MotoGP on the big pressure looking for Pecco Bagnaia. The sprint winner yesterday trying to squeeze on the inside line. There goes the Italian, but there's no way through.
Yeah, Marc Marquez's front end was also making all sorts of shapes as he tried to get it stopped to turn 1. He's in 3rd place. Confirmation Mir is on the soft rear tyre in 8th place.
Just put
It's got to turn 1. He's in 3rd place. Confirmation Mir is on the soft rear tyre in 8th place.
Just looked like Agura just made up. He's a little bit scrappy going through turn 2. He was, but that's allowing Bagnaia to try and level him on the brakes into 3. Hardest braking zone here in Brno. Cutting now to the inside line, going through 4 is Bagnaia, but on the cutback, Agura will just sweep back on through. Intense early battle here. Is Bagnaia going to lose another place though now to 93? Acosta's got through on the rare 2 in 4th place.
So much of the top 3 race was about the heat, about not letting your tyres get too hot, front tyre and rear tyre, and that is why Bagnaia is so desperate here to get the track position and grab the lead from Ayagura.
It looked like Mir was going to have an attack potentially on Martin going through turn 7. I think Martin was just about able to close the door shut in front of his fellow Spaniard. It's still Agura then that's at the front of this Grand Prix. He has been under immense early pressure from the 2 factory Ducatis. 9 MotoGP World titles between them behind him. That's Bagnaia once again will try and attack down the hill into the Schwantz corner. That was a move that the Tex Ledger would love himself. Bagnaia's going to cut it to the curve. He's going to make the apex. Pecco Bagnaia leads.
Fabio Quartararo down on the 2nd lap. Another miserable weekend for Yamaha. Looks like
Bagnaia leads it from Marc Marquez. Ayagura then pushed back down from 1st to 3rd.
The information is now come on your screens. It'll also be on Martin's dashboard. It was on the main straight. Now he's been issued his double long lap penalty. So he has the next 5 or so laps to serve that penalty as Di Antonio's coming back through on Moreira. Martin has been passed by Fermin Aldeguer, and with 2 long laps still to come, he'll be way outside the top 10.
Yeah, he's got that place back though as Aldeguer went charging way too hot into turn 3. I saw a 3 hit there for Martin. Down we go into turn 5 then. A lap 3 of 21. There is Martin then. And he's been given that notice. He knows the score. 5 laps he'll have to complete his double long lap. Is he going to come straight in? No, this time round he's going to plough on. He's got Joan Mir just ahead of him. Those 2 had almost close contact right here at turn 7.
I think it's best for Martin, if the pace is fairly fast, just to try and leave it as late as possible. So he takes the first long lap immediately. He'll drop in behind the likes of Marini, Bastianini and Binder, who are down in 12th, 13th and 14th. So I think Martin's just got to let this race play out, let the field gently spread out, and then find a gap to slot into once he's served his long laps.
We know how awesome, we know how brilliant this girl is. A little bit wide there going through turn 10. They drop it back into clutches of Acosta, Digit and Mir, not helped by that slow, that wide run through turn 10.
Yeah, Dorna won't want to overdo this, won't want to leave himself too much to do with our stables. No matter how strong you are at the end of the race, you don't want to be giving riders of the calibre and class of Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez too big of a head start. Bagnaia at 1:53.540. Fraction faster than Marc Marquez. The two factory Ducatis, along with Antonio, who's running fifth, are the only riders in the 53s.
Those three Ducati GP26s, they've got some serious early pace, haven't they? In the early part of this Renault battle. Bagnaia then just pivots the rear tyre back Ducati to get it turned into turn 3. And the Bill's going to be careful there because he's being detached away from Bagnaia and Marc. And he's coming in the pressure that's falling behind him. Acosta and Gian Antonio really is now closing up on Pedro Acosta. Coming to be close enough to attack the Spaniard on the brakes in the turn 5. No, he isn't.
At the moment, what we're seeing is vintage Pecco Bagnaia at the moment, isn't it? Having won the sprint yesterday, he was so hard, he piled the pressure on, he asked the questions via Goro, and finally he was rewarded with the lead. What can he now do? Is he in a position to be able to eke out the advantage over Marc Marquez? And are we potentially going to get the duel we've all been longing for between the two factory Ducati teammates, Bagnaia and Marquez, with 9 MotoGP titles between them?
Fabio Quartararo's miserable spell on the factory Yamaha rolls and does an early exit for the Frenchman. He's going to have 3 successive Grand Prix with Fabio Quartararo. He's not going to pick up a single point. Dismal tough time for the 2021 World Champion. Just moving out of the picture is Agura in 3rd place. What now looks like a slightly more comfortable 3rd. But on a team slap with a little bit wide at turn 10 and just giving Acosta a bit of a sniff of trying to cage him on the inside.
Still yet to see Martin serve either of the long lap penalties. Those 2 counters next to his name on the left-hand side of the screens will drop to 1 when he comes through first time. 2.8 seconds off the lead at the moment. The gap starting to open up behind him. Now if he served his first long lap, he'd probably come out somewhere near Morbidelli in 11th place. So at the moment the field and the gaps are starting to open up for Martin behind him.
Marc Marquez is probably the fastest rider on the circuit. He's just putting a 1:53.639. PB laps from both Agura and Acosta in 3rd and 4th respectively. You know what an awesome defensive rider Pedro Acosta is at the moment. Gian Antonio just cannot get close enough. Can he to attack the Spaniard deep into this harsh braking zone into turn 3. You can hear Biggie just pick up the throttle, go through this flip-flop through 3 and 4. Yeah, it's one of the overtaking hotspots here in 5, but as you can see, Acosta giving no chance whatsoever for Digit to attack him.
In fact, with Martin then, the issue he's got at the moment is that he's bottled up in the group, being led by the 2 Hondas of Moreira and Mir. I think his right leg came out there, just indicating to Altaguer, I'm going to peel off and go to the long lap penalty loop. Importantly, he doesn't go on the green on the outside of this long lap penalty loop. And he does go onto the green. It's Jorge Martin now going to have to serve that all over again.
He's made a right lift at that, hasn't he? A right catch of that. His desperation to minimise the damage of those 2 long laps. He was massively on the green. That was a smart move, wasn't it, initially, to just dangle his left leg out to Fermin Aldeguer, letting Aldeguer know that he was going to be coming into the long lap. But having done so, well, pretty sure he's still got 2 long laps to serve.
Yeah, we'll keep a very close eye on our timing screens because they'll tell us whether he's incorrectly served it. Maybe they'll wait until he's come through twice before they tell him. We definitely know Martin is going to have to come through at least once more, potentially twice more. He lost those places to Aldeguer and Fernandez, so he's in 10th place now, and we'll wait to find out whether he's got 1 or 2 long laps left.
And there is this battle between Moreira and Aldeguer. Well, it has come up on our screen. This is the current information that Martin has served half of his 2 long laps. We'll keep a close eye on that, but at the moment the information is that, yeah, he's completed 1 of 2.
Well, the other teams certainly weren't too pleased with that when they saw Martin serving those long laps, the practice long laps, in that manner, but we're having confirmation that he is okay. So there's clearly a bit of a grey area there in terms of whether you're allowed to serve a long lap in that manner or whether or not. Martin clearly would have been in no doubt before he came through that long lap route what he was allowed to do and what he wasn't allowed to do, as Aldeguer now comes through on Diogo Moreira. So that's Fermin Aldeguer taking 7th place from Moreira, who's starting to gently fall back after that lightning start he made.
Watch this clip right now at this phase of the Grand Prix on the factory KTM. It's 3.539. That's some speed by Acosta. Half a century of Grand Prix appearances in MotoGP notched up today for the 22-year-old Spaniard. Still searching for that elusive first win. So if it's all legal in the top four, will Jorge Martin taking his medicine? I'll tell you what, I mean, what we do safely, Joy?
That's what they're worried about, and I guess that's why Martin and Prix are saying it's better for us to go out onto the greens. If we're on the curb, we're straight in the face of another rider on the racing line. That's Maverick Vinales going into the green there. So Jorge Martin has now been through the penalty loop twice, and if we trust that he's done so in accordance with the regulations, and Aprilia and Martin will have definitely checked before the race got underway. Confirmation, 2 of 2 complete still for our time twins. Martin is now free to race from 13th place.
Yeah, 13th place. I feel like the top 10 is going to be a good salvage job from that point. For Martin, here is your race leader. Looking so comfortable, looking so composed. The throwback yesterday in the sprint to Vintage Bagnaia. He's doing the same at the moment. He's in a number on the field in this Czech Grand Prix. He's up in the pace as Bagnaia. Lap 6 at 21. He's just put in a 153.531. That's now 7/10 clear of Marc Marquez. He intends about half a second up the road clear of the pole sitter Ayagura.
Very little to choose between the pace of certainly the top 3, if not top 4. Acosta on a 53.7, just a tenth slower than Agura on his personal best, and 2 tenths slower than Bagnaia leading the race. To Gian Antonio, just clinging on a little bit in the back of the picture there in 5th place. Mir still running a strong 6th, setting his personal best last time around. 2 seconds off the back of this leading group of 5. Mir's big jeopardy, I guess, for the second half of this race. If he's going to struggle in the second half of the Grand Prix on the soft rear tyre.
Trying to finish both a sprint and a Grand Prix for the first time in in 14 rounds. Last time we took the checker flag in both race events was at the Japanese Grand Prix in Motegi last year. Far too many DNFs once again in the coming for the 2020 World Champions. And the top rider, a very, very strong ride at the moment. Lead Honda up there in 6th place as we pick up the top 5. Powering down towards turn 5. It is Bagnaia that's still leading by about half a second to his teammate Marc Marquez. Turn 10 run. This is the Schwartz corner.
And the back of the picture, so Matt Albora in 3rd place. And is he just going to keep his powder dry at this stage, knowing it's a long race to go? Perhaps it's better at this stage to sit maybe 4, 5, 6 tenths off the back of the rider in front of you, just to keep the temperature of your front tyre under control. We heard from Paul Terapin, Pedro Acosta's crew chief, before he's got underway. It's not the wear on the tyre, it's managing the temperature, which will decide whether you've got any grip left at the end.
Well, if you're seeking positives from the Marco Bezzecchi camp right now, it looks like he will retain the lead in the MotoGP World Championship, doesn't it? Going to last next weekend. Marc Marquez, fastest rider on the circuit with 153.437. And he's just starting to build up that pressure. Turn up the wick on Bagnaia.
Well, interesting, we got messages on screen earlier on the weekend, didn't we, that going out onto the green when you serve along that penalty will be deemed a track limits strike. Well, that would make sense for Jorge Martin already at this stage on lap 8 has been given a track limits warning. I think we could see already where 2 of those were when he went onto the green coming out along that penalty loop. So Martin has to be a little bit careful now with the green tarmac on the outside of this Brno racetrack, otherwise he might not be doing with 2 long laps yet.
You see what almost identical gaps really between the top 5 at the moment. This front tyre temperature, front tyre pressure, something that these riders are having to contend with and juggle right now. We're not even at the halfway point, not even close to the halfway stage of this Grand Prix. It's scorching hot conditions, punishing for those Michelin tyres as we track the 2 factory Ducatis then through turns 8 and 9. That gap is coming down once again. Marc Marquez is starting to hunt down Bagnaia.
There are different ways of tracking it, depending on which bike you're riding, in terms of the tyre pressure parameters and making sure you fulfil the requirements to avoid a penalty at the end of the Grand Prix. For the Ducati point of view, they get the indicator on their dashboard. Once they fulfil the required number of laps, you've got to fulfil a certain percentage of the distance within the right tyre pressure. Once you've done that, you're then free to go. So potentially for Marc Marquez, you'll be waiting until he's ticked that particular box, and then you can go all out attack.
There's Agura, 8 tenths of a second he is back behind Marc Marquez. Through 14 we go then. Finish up that the World Champions running the elbow through that final corner. On to lap 9 of 21 we go. It is still Bagnaia that's keeping Marquez that way by almost half a second. Montage just crept out between Marquez and Agura to 8 tenths. He's now 1.3 seconds off the lead. Here's the Japanese rider. Picking up now, powering towards turn 3. Really no sealers threat, no big pressure from Acosta behind him. And Acosta actually dropped Fabio Di Giannantonio, hasn't he? It's Fabio Di Giannantonio just had to maybe back off the pace here because he's scorching that front tyre.
Well, Johnson's the 154s in the last lap as Giannantonio. He was on the switch backs to the Mir behind him. Aldeguer in the 53s now in 7th place. You're picking the 54 up now as he's closing in on the factory Honda of Joan Mir. For Jorge Martin fans, if you're trying to keep an eye on his progress, fortunately for you, he hasn't made any progress since he filtered in after that long lap penalty. In that group of KTMs, he's still stuck there.
Herrera trying to hold on to this 8th place ahead of Raul Fernandez. He'll be second in the second half of this Grand Prix. He'll want to cancel all his media duties here in Brno on Thursday. There's fears that he might miss this Grand Prix and next weekend's Grand Prix of the Netherlands in Assen with appendicitis. So any point that Raul Fernandez can pick up in this Grand Prix will feel like a bit of a win, a bit of a bonus. As Moreira just to get that Honda step down the hill into turn 10.
Keep an eye on the leading pair, the top left-hand corner of your screen for helicopter shot. Keeping an eye on Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, tracking them through the first 3 sectors. Both of his choose. Marquez just chipping away in every sector. It's around 4/10 of a second is the gap, but I think that's a gap that both of the factory Ducati riders will be fairly comfortable with. Those are not even at half distance yet.
Right now, Ducati are jumping on the jugular, aren't they? Over Pulliat right now. No Marco Bezzecchi in this Grand Prix. You sense that this was going to be a massive free hit, an open goal as far as the factory Ducati team are concerned, in recovering a whole chunk of points once again to Bez and Martin, and they are taking that advantage. They are seizing it with both hands, aren't they, right now? And Marc Marquez once again just slightly quicker, nothing in it really, a 53.6, better than a 53.5 in the 93, and Marc Marquez a lonely third now for Agura, who is stretching away from Acosta. Agura matching the pace of Marc Marquez directly ahead of him. Agura has just put in his PV lap on this Grand Prix. Looks like he's broken Acosta.
It looks like Marc Marquez is now starting to really close on Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia was a fraction wide through turn 3, which gives you a more acute line into 4. There are a variety of lines that we often see through that corner, so it might not necessarily have been a mistake. It might have been by design. We're now looking forward from the reigning world champion. 7 MotoGP world titles for Marc Marquez up ahead of him. Pecco Bagnaia, a 2-time MotoGP world champion. The heavyweight Ducati pairing. We haven't seen many on-track battles between the two. Are we going to get one for victory here today?
These two will know, as they keep seeing on their pit board, the gap between them and 79 Agura. They will know that this may be an attack coming later on. You only see it on Agura to try and snatch away some important championship points for Aprilia. On board then with Marc. Through 12 we go. We're going to start this rapid ascent up Horsepower Hill. Over the blind crest now on the brakes. Into turn 13. You can just see there a bit of a really high lifting in the air for Bagnaia. That's how hard he's having to push to keep himself at the front of this battle in Brno. What's the gap between now? Well, this is the closest that Marc has been. 63 taking on 93. Yeah, that gap's come down to just under 2/10 of a second, and a successive PB lap for Agura as well. For this stage of the race, half distance, this is a real fast pace. How much longer can they sustain this for?
Too fast for Pedro Acosta. He's now doing mid-54s in 4th place. He's reversed back towards Fabio Di Giannantonio. That's a battle now going on for 4th and 5th. Jorge Martin has made his first overtake since serving his 2 long lap penalties. He has just passed Enea Bastianini for 12th place. That's worth 4 points to it.
Yeah, going to get his claws in very, very quickly to Frankie Morbidelli. Track limits warning coming the way of Fermin Aldeguer. At the moment is doing highly on the 53s, and coming back into this battle for 4th place is now Fabio Di Giannantonio. The team communication. Well, that's not a sight that's going to keep you cool, is it, in MotoGP? Plus 0.93 as they power out of turn 7. Marc Marquez, I mean, he'll be getting the message from his pit board that Agura was closing in here, and Marc's going to be thinking, well, I've got to get through and pack it very, very quickly, because you know how good Agura is in the latter stages of the Grand Prix. We're going to go down the hill and into turn 10. Marc's not going to be close to going to attack Pecco.
That is all.
1:54.91 on that lap number 11. And Agura now exactly 0.8 of a second behind Mark.
Do you want to know what kind of level we're dealing with here? With Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, they both set identical lap times on the last lap around. Both of them with a 1:53.619. So Bagnaia is not going to let this one go easily. He wants his first double of 2026. And of course, will be his first double since the weekend Marc Marquez was crowned world champion.
Agura is coming. Agura is on the charge. The 53.6 is from Mark and Pecco, lightning fast, but still not as fast as Agura coming on strong behind the tail of it. I'm clear that this is the golden chance, the first real big opportunity, maybe Kota aside when he was steamrolling towards the front before he had the big mechanical late on for Agura to win his first Grand Prix in MotoGP, to be the first Japanese rider to do so in over 2 decades. Yeah, the gap's come down now to half a second already. Halfway around this lap 12, he's taken a quarter of a second out of Marc Marquez.
I think it's part of that's also, I think Marc Marquez is just dropping back a little bit from Pecco Bagnaia. Was 2/10 at the start of the lap. That gap has nearly doubled to the factory Ducati rider. So as Marc Marquez again just had to perhaps give his front tyre a little bit of a breather and reverse away from his teammate back towards Agura. No pressure, I know nothing really phases you. Just 9 MotoGP World Championships you've got to overtake if you want your first win.
Biggio glued to the back of the rear tyre of Costa, but that's where he's been stuck pretty much for the entirety of this Grand Prix. What have you got then, Agura? What have you got track out of Aprilia? As we shortly are going to move on to lap 13 of 21. Marc Marquez, there's the message, loud and clear to the number 93. Fair play to Bagnaia. He has responded. He's just put in his best lap of this Grand Prix. A 53.510. He's desperate for the double, isn't he, once again, the 63.
Yeah, and Pecco out to prove a point that I can go head-to-head with Marc Marquez on equal machinery on the same day for victory and beat him. That would mean an awful lot to Pecco Bagnaia, who, of course, has got so much success over his years. 31 victories, and he's looking to become the 300th victory for Italy in MotoGP. But in terms of a head-to-head with Marc Marquez, this would mean so much to him.
Once again, defending like an absolute fighter. How wide did he make that KTM? Awesome job once again, isn't it, by the Spanish rider. When you look where some of the other KTMs are, I mean, the next best RC16 is down in 13th place. Biggio then finds a way through on Acosta. Finally.
There's a big long look there from Pedro Acosta. He was looking over to his left and he went wide. I do wonder whether Pedro Acosta might be into some front tyre issues in terms of his pressure, and he needs to sit behind someone and cool and potentially get some heat onto his front tyre rather than cool it down. There was a clear, noticeable look to his left there from Acosta when he went wide at 7.
The front still gap half a second between Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. Yeah, there is the long look then from Acosta to his left. So the 4th place that Biggio did not really have to fight for it, didn't really have to muscle his way through, did he, on Acosta? I was just about to say, Acosta doing another phenomenal job for KTM. I mean, their next best runner is Enea Bastianini down in 13th place. He's over 10 seconds behind Acosta. Maverick Vinales potentially picking up a point to mark his 200. MotoGP start trying to prove a point here is Agura. Well, this is Agura stand territory, isn't it? This is where he tends to come into his own. Lap 13 in the books. Agura has just put in the best lap of this Grand Prix. A 1:53.39.
Podium, first Grand Prix podium is on his way. If he stays where he is in 3rd place, but Agura has no mood to stay where he is.
His first MotoGP podium coming in that historic order, fully lockout of the podium in Le Mans at the French Grand Prix. There's been some tough times of late, hasn't there, though, for the Newali factory. The double lap, long lap for Jorge Martin. He banned today for series leader Marco Bezzecchi. He was at least going to cling on to the World Championship lead going to the Netherlands next time out. Down the hill we go then. Agura. Can he Can he get close? 7.5 to go here in Brno. It has been the front running made for much of this race. The girl led for the first 2 or 3 laps before he yielded to the factory Ducati, but it's still Bagnaia that's resistant.
To give a shout out to Mir once again in 6th place, still lapping in the 153s. Remember, he's the only rider on track who's got the soft rear tyre fitted. Really hoping he doesn't hit that cliff edge of performance in the remaining 7.5 laps, but he's still on course for what will be a highly impressive top 6 finish for the 2020 champion.
Yeah, that is class ride, that by Joan Mir. Absolutely awesome. He'll just be desperate to see the checker flag here in Brno, because in his last 3 visits he's been collected and taken out by the opposition. Marc Marquez. Now then, he is responding to Agura's pressure. He's responding to Agura's pressure. He's responding to Agura's charge, because that's now successive laps.
If Marc Marquez hits the front and passes Bagnaia, surely Agura's going to have to crack on here.
Mark's going to be wary. It's all well and good hugging the rear tyre of Pecco Bagnaia, but he's going to have to be wary about the tyre temp and the tyre pressure. Can't sit too long, something this close for Pecco Bagnaia when is a rider who was born to win. It's in his DNA. Settle for second, never. That is just not something that Marc Marquez does. It's not something that he ever aims at having. He's powering now out of turn 9, down into turn 10. Pecco Bagnaia. Yep, nothing that Marc can do. Bagnaia still holding firm.
See this is a one-shot camera, how the front end is moving around for Marc Marquez as he's trying to, he's leading that match, he can't stop into turn 10. Yeah, once you get this close behind Bagnaia, if he doesn't pass in the space for a lap or 2, he might then have to just give his tyre a breather and attack again. Still 6.25 laps to go. Bagnaia has led this since practically the start of lap 2.
Again, there's nothing that Marquez can do. Can't get close enough to jam it on the inside of Bagnaia into turn 13. So shortly we'll be on lap 16 of 21. It's going to, it looks like a poised. I'll put some late fireworks here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. 53 fives from your top 3. Jack Antonio went to the clear Acosta. Oh, he's got pace that's quicker than your top 3 ahead of him. Mia's now got Juan Pedro Acosta as well, who is dropping like a stone.
He's that desperate, I think, to have someone else in front of him, because Gian Antonio gaps in very quickly. So if he's trying to have someone ahead of him to put some hot air on his front tyre, it failed, and he's now dropped 3 seconds on that last lap, and he's now started in behind me.
Here goes Marc Marquez, that is his move. He has finally decided then it's time to break Bagnaia. He has made the attack. Marc Marquez it is at least for the first time here in Brno. He's on course for back-to-back wins here in the Czech Republic. He made the move then going through turn 3 and 4. 93 lead 63. Big interesting third place still for Agura from pole position, but Marc Marquez now in control here in Brno.
Pecco Bagnaia, have you got anything to respond with, or are you now looking at second place and looking at Agura off behind you? Remember, when this weekend began, after Marc Marquez talked his chances down in Valton Park and then proved himself wrong as the weekend going away, he said he'd be happy if he finished closer than he did the 10 seconds back. Back in Mugello, and he once again has that movement on the front end of turn 10, but he is safely through, and of course, as it stands, for back-to-back MotoGP wins.
Yeah, he's just trying to break them. He's trying to crush them here, isn't he? Just look at he was trying to just break Bagnaia. You could see just how desperate Marc was to clear off there, because that Ducati snapped sideways underneath when the braking zone declared head. Has Marc Marquez produced yet another strategic masterclass here? He'll be needing a bit of a turn here from his teammate Bagnaia to try and keep Agura at bay for as long as he possibly can. Agura will know, he will see Marquez checking out the front here in Czechia. Has to find a way through.
53-4 for Marc Marquez, 54-2 for Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia looks like he might have hit a bit of a cliff edge here, and now starting to tumble off it in terms of performance. And this is an imperative lap here for Agura to pass Pecco Bagnaia ASAP if he wants any hope of a maiden MotoGP victory today.
Marc Marquez took 30 points out of Marco Bezzecchi last time out in Hungary. He could be taking 32 points out of Marc Marquez. Talk about a massive shift in momentum, how big the pendulum has swung in just 2 rounds here. as Marco Bezzecchi, well, he will know now. It's fair to say Marc Marquez can get the job in here in Brno. Well, he is, without any question, a serious contender to retain his MotoGP world title.
Yeah, this is, I guess, kind of the result that Marco Bezzecchi might have feared watching from the Aprilia box as he is this afternoon. Maximum punishment being dealt out from the reigning champion to the current World Championship leader. He will retain the World Championship lead today with Jorge Martin still running in 11th place, but it's the Marc Marquez damage that might be more significant to Bezzecchi's title hopes today.
3 weeks ago, as a girl that's coming from a long way back with an air of desperation. He knows he has to make the move. He just runs Bagnaia out wide. There's nothing that Bagnaia can do. So now then, Aguirre then, we're going to check the gap between him and Marc Marquez. We've got 4.5 laps to go. The gap is 9/10 of a second. Plenty of time for Aguirre. Feels like he's got the pace. He feels like, crucially, he's got the rear tyre underneath him to hunt down the 93.
Look at how aggressive Aguirre is being on the way into turn 13, visibly just putting metres away from Pecco Bagnaia. It's from a long way back, but Bagnaia just has nothing to defend with. He was completely powerless to keep Aguirre behind him. And Aguirre, even with that overtake on the last lap, still set a faster lap time than the leader, Marc Marquez, by a tenth. It's 8 tenths between them with 4 to go.
3 weeks ago, I was about to say, 102 points Marc Marquez trailed. Marco Bezzecchi, that could shrink down to 40 points. What a massive shift in the power battle this year. Not a given though, is it, that the 25 points are going the way of 33-year-old Spaniard Marc Marquez, because he's got 3.5 laps to try and resist what you know is going to be a late onslaught here from Aguirre. He is desperate. He's craved this first win. He wants to end all the talk about, will he be the first Japanese winner in MotoGP since Makoto Tamada all the way back in 2004.
I said he had to pass 2 legends of MotoGP if he was going to take a maiden victory today. 1 down, 1 to go in that respect. Past Pecco Bagnaia, can he now catch and pass the reigning world champion? Marc Marquez has been in his position so many times, 100 to be exact, after locking that century up a couple of weeks ago.
This was a great move as well. That was lovely. That was your textbook, perfectly executed move on Bagnaia on the change direction going through 3 and 4. Marc Marquez is still keeping that gap to Aguirre back to about 8/10 of a second. He's all in here for early win, isn't he, Aguirre? But at the moment, he just cannot break that gap down to under 7/10. And time now not really on his side, is it? There's going to be 3 laps remaining very shortly as Marc powers up Horse Tower Hill. Into 13 he goes. The final right-hander of 14. What is going to be the gap then between 93 and 79? Over the line, your race leader Marc goes. It is still just in the 3/4 of a second. Aguirre is going for this big time India. 53.346 is his best lap of the Grand Prix. The tyre whisperer, and he's making a right noise now, isn't he? 18 lap old tyres, and he's doing 53.3s.
He's throwing the kitchen sink. So now is Pedro Acosta. He must have been keen to heat his front tyre up, because look, he's dropped in behind Joan Mir, and now he's all over the back of him like a rash. This is the battle for 5th place. Pecco Bagnaia isn't guaranteed 3rd place yet either, as Acosta goes up the inside to retake that 5th place from Joan Mir, albeit briefly as he runs wide into turn 3. Dichia did his personal best last time around and took 6/10 out of Pecco Bagnaia, and he's 1.5 behind him, so Bagnaia doesn't have that 4th consecutive 3rd place sewn up yet.
Another 10th has gone the way of Aguirre as Mir tries to defend as hard as he can on the brakes in the turn 5 from Acosta, and that's mission failed for the factory Honda rider. We're keeping a very close eye on the top left-hand corner of the screens, because Marc Marquez, well, he's a 100-time Grand Prix winner, a 7-time MotoGP World Champion, but he's going to be calling on all of his skills, all of his reserves of talent to try and hold off Aguirre. 6/10 it remains, halfway around this lap 19.
Marc Marquez has squeezed everything he can out of this. Aguirre's personal best was only a 0.5 quicker than the reigning world champion. Aguirre is finding out firsthand here just how hard Marc Marquez is to beat.
Here is Martin then, he's going to go through on Morera. So Martin's day is going to get better. He's going to rescue. He's going to salvage a top 10, it looks like, despite those 2 long lap penalties. I think he'd have probably settled for a top 10 given the circumstances that he was facing. coming into this 21 lap Grand Prix. You know what, Marc Marquez, he's just riding phenomenally. Look at this, because Antonio just put in the fast lap of the Grand Prix. It's going to be more than a bit of regret for Digia, having got beaten up in those first couple of laps and then got stuck behind Pedro Acosta for the first half of this Grand Prix. 53.199. That's from Digia. Has he got anything left to maybe hunt down Pecco Bagnaia in the back of the field? I think he's going to run out of time.
Yeah, Bagnaia recognised the danger and responded with his own personal best. They lost a quarter of a second to Gian Antonio on that previous lap, but limiting the damage at this stage. 1.2 the gap with 2 laps remaining. The gap between the top two is now half a second. Nakura, though, in danger of just running out of time here.
This is Marc Marquez reasserting his authority on the MotoGP World Championship. He said in the first part of the season he was riding with 1.5 arms, struggling to recover from that right arm injury. A screw compressing the radial nerve in the right arm, which was causing him pain and causing him numbness. He looks like he is emerging back to his brilliant best. He's going to need his best. He's going to need his Sunday best, isn't he, to hold off Agura here in Brno. He dropped down the hill into turn 10. It'll be second to last time. Agura now needs the lap and a half of his life if he is to wrestle P1 away from the world champion.
He needs to be something in his final sector 2, because in the previous lap he loses time in sectors 2 and 3. He might close on Marc Marquez on the final lap, but is he close to a bit of a shake of the head? Was it there for Agura back in second place? Is he recognising that after all the hard work he's done this weekend, it's been the best weekend of Agura's MotoGP career, but is it just going to fall short of a maiden win?
Over the line we go then. 5.4 kilometres standing between Marc Marquez and another brilliant Brno performance. When has Marc Marquez ever given up an 8/10 of a second lead going into a final lap? Fair play to Agura, who has fought a great fight. But just like in yesterday's sprint, is he going to be toppled by a factory Ducati? Yesterday it was Bagnaia that denied him a gold medal. Today, it looks like it is going to be the reigning world champions going to go back-to-back in Brno as Pedro.
Is that more KTM problems? Here so, on the last lap, Pedro Acosta retires from 5th place.
Yeah, that's a bitter pill for Acosta to swallow. Tough times for Pedro Acosta, who's going to leave Brno pointless. A chance for him to really stick his nose in that championship fight with no Marco Bezzecchi point scoring finishes this weekend.
It's cut in half.
It's been cut in half. You know what, Agura might need this to be a 22-lap race. He closes in. But look at this from Bagnaia. With Gian Antonio, well, there could be 2 late plot twists here in Brno. Is Agura going to get Marc Marquez for the win? Is Digia going to get Bagnaia for the final place on the podium?
Happened to Bagnaia on Mugello last year, didn't it? And he lost the 3rd place in the final meters to his fellow Italian. You can see the nerves from